the primary here in South Carolina.
Red and Blue starts now. Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano, live from the Carolina Ale House in Charleston, South Carolina. We will be here all night long, streaming the results as they come in, and we'll have a panel of experts throughout the night breaking down the numbers. So come and join us. All eyes are on South Carolina today. Voters have been casting their ballots all day in the First in the South presidential nominating contest. Polls close in just 1 hour. Entering the day, Senator Bernie Sanders led in the national delegate count after wins in New Hampshire and Nevada. But former Vice President Joe Biden is staking his success on a victory in the Palmetto State, and tonight could be make or break for his campaign. CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns gives us a preview of what we can expect in tonight's primary.
His campaign is already calling it the Biden bounce back.
South Carolina chooses presidents. I promise you this, if you send me out of South Carolina with a victory, there will be no stopping us.
After losses in Iowa, New Hampshire, and Nevada, the former vice president sees South Carolina as his saving grace. The latest polling in the First in the South primary shows Biden with a significant lead over national frontrunner Bernie Sanders. That lead is fueled by his strong support among African Americans, who account for 60% of the Democratic voters here.
But it's also the first state with a significant African American population, which we know is the backbone and foundation of the Democratic Party. In terms of the vice president, listen, he served for 8 years under Barack Obama, who is a beloved figure here in the state, particularly amongst South Carolina Democrats. He was a part of Black Camelot, right? So that affinity has rolled over onto him.
Biden also has a boost from James Clyburn, the Democratic majority whip and a kingmaker in the Palmetto State.
But I want the public to know that I'm voting for Joe Biden. South Carolinians should be voting for Joe Biden.
Today's primary is the last opportunity for Biden to blunt the momentum coming from Bernie Sanders.
This nation isn't looking for a revolution. It's looking for results.
As it comes just days ahead of the Super Tuesday contests, where a third of the delegates needed to secure the nomination are up for grabs across 14 states.
We are building a movement that cannot be stopped.
Those competing visions from Biden and Sanders are front and center for voters here, trying to send a message.
People want Bernie Sanders. It's time for a radical change. America's getting stuck with the same old, same old.
I just don't think he can win in the general. He's too radical. I feel that the American people aren't ready for a socialist to be president.
We have a panel of experts standing by across the Palmetto State. I want to start in Columbia, South Carolina, where CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns is standing by. All right, Caitlin, what are you hearing from voters as we're getting closer to the polls closing?
Hi, Elaine. Well, in previous early states, we've been talking a lot about how voters were undecided, either going into the caucuses or going into the polling booths. I would say it's a different feeling here in South Carolina because Joe Biden enjoys such a big lead in polls, and he's had a strong base of support throughout this primary process. I would say, though, in our CBS News exit polling, we're seeing about a third of voters made up their minds in the last few days. So what's happened in the last few days? Well, we had our CBS News debate where you could say Joe Biden had a good night. We also saw the former vice president get an endorsement from James Clyburn, who is a key kingmaker here in the state, of course, the majority whip in the House. We talked to him earlier today about this endorsement, but that seems, according to our CBS News polling, that seems to have moved people here. About a half of voters say that they were influenced by Clyburn's endorsement. So we're here at Joe Biden's headquarters in South Carolina, where he is expected to be poised for victory tonight. The campaign says it's feeling good about their prospects. And of course, this is a really key state for Joe Biden.
And Caitlin, House Majority Whip Jim Clyburn did give Joe Biden that huge endorsement, as you mentioned this week. The South Carolina congressman told you he always planned to vote for Biden, but wasn't sure if he wanted to go public with that endorsement. You asked him why he did. Let's listen to that.
I saw his numbers, and it seemed to be looking a little bit funny to me. And I said to myself, as I talked to people, asking them why they were voting the way they were voting and who they were voting for, and it became clear to me that everything they called a negative about Joe was a confusion of goodness and weakness.
So, Caitlin, why did Congressman Clyburn think people were confused about Joe Biden, and how important is his endorsement?
Well, I thought it was really interesting how he said he was looking at the numbers and they looked kind of funny in his view, and he felt the need to interject himself into the race at this point to help Joe Biden get over that finish line, because this is a state that's so critical for the former vice president. He's been calling it his firewall. We kind of see this as potentially his saving grace, given the losses that he experienced in the first 3 early states. So Clyburn seemed to suggest that the former vice president wasn't really keeping pace with his kind of front runner status and needed a boost here in South Carolina, because remember, this state is really the gateway to Super Tuesday, which is just around the corner. By the time the polls close today and by the time voters have made up their minds here in South Carolina, most of these candidates, with the exception of Joe Biden and Tom Steyer, will have already left the state onto those Super Tuesday contests. So because black voters are such a key constituency here in South Carolina and on Super Tuesday, Joe Biden really needs a significant victory here tonight to be able to continue to make the case for his candidacy. But Clyburn's endorsement was key, and he knows that, and we'll see if he starts to kind of campaign for the former vice president in other states like North Carolina, which votes on Tuesday as well.
And Caitlin, realistically, then what are you actually hearing from Biden's campaign? Do they think it could very well be the end of the road if he doesn't win tonight?
He has to win here tonight, and the question is by how much. Allies of his and the congressman told me that they want to see a big victory from Joe Biden tonight to be able to kind of put to rest any speculation that he wouldn't be able to be strong in those Super Tuesday contests. And because he's invested so heavily here in South Carolina, while all the other candidates have been going to other Super Tuesday states, Joe Biden has been camped out here in South Carolina aiming for a victory. So the campaign feels confident. We were with him last night in Spartanburg, South Carolina, where he felt like he was on the verge of victory. And he told them that if South Carolina gives him a big victory, that will put him on the path to securing the Democratic nomination. He also took a day trip just across the border earlier today to North Carolina, which votes on Super Tuesday, trying to kind of be in 2 places at once. But he's back here tonight hoping for a big win moving forward. The big question I have, though, heading into tonight is how does Tom Steyer do? He's the only other candidate that's really been investing heavily in South Carolina. He's been cutting into Joe Biden's margins among black voters, at least in polling. How does he do tonight? Does he take away anything from Biden? And of course, Bernie Sanders, who is the national frontrunner, has been also competing here in South Carolina. Does he do better than expected? Does he get some delegates? Is he able to narrow that gap between himself and the former vice president? Remember, this is the place where Joe Biden wants to stop Bernie Sanders' momentum moving into Super Tuesday.
All right, Caitlin Huey Burns for us. Caitlin, thank you very much. Let's bring in Antoine Seawright and Leslie Sanchez on set with me here in Charleston. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Leslie is a CBS News political analyst and Republican strategist. Welcome to our humble abode here on the rooftop.
Welcome to Charleston, where it's cold.
It is cold. What's going on, Antoine? Is that Southern hospitality? You're supposed to have the warmth over here right now.
It's called seasons.
Seasons, that's true. It is February after all.
Better in South Carolina.
No, but it is gorgeous here. It is gorgeous. Antoine, I do want to start with you. This is your home state. You have been talking so much about the importance of this state, but remind our viewers why, in fact, the Palmetto State is so critical when you look at the Democratic contest.
Since 1992, no candidate has went on to become the Democratic nominee without winning the Democratic nomination here in South Carolina, with one exception, Leslie. You remember, 2004, neighboring son John Edwards beat John Kerry here, but they went on to merge together to make that famous ticket in 2004. That's number one. Number two, this is the first place where you will see a real test of the political concrete of this Democratic Party, African American voters. 61% of the people who will cast their vote by 7 p.m. today will be African American, 55% women. There's no other contest in this process where we've seen those type of voter demographics. And when you think about what happens next, Super Tuesday and beyond, the demographics are very flirtatious with the demographics here in South Carolina.
All right, so let's get specific here, Antoine. What are some districts here in South Carolina we should be especially watching?
We should definitely look for rural turnout counties. Those counties are predominantly African American, but they're high Democratic turnout. When I think about the Marion counties, the Williamsburg, Richland, Orangeburg, Marlboro, counties along the corridor of shame. Those counties are high-performing Democratic counties, and the campaign that prioritizes those counties are the ones who will be successful.
For people who aren't familiar, just explain quickly the corridor of shame. You're referencing public education.
Yes, the corridor of shame is along the I-95 corridor. These are counties that most people feel like have been not only left behind, but left out of the modern-day conversation. It's where President Obama visited because there were schools there that were built in the 1940s. Children are just trying to find their way, trying to see what daylight looks like. Well, as a result, those counties have suffered for generations. And so the political conversation in those counties means so much. And that's why candidates who focus on rural areas, I call it the high-touch parts of South Carolina, will be set up for success tonight.
Leslie, from your perspective, you know, this is a state, of course, that that President Trump won quite handily. South Carolina is. What do you make of this contest so far? It has really taken a turn here. We saw that during the debate, and we've seen it in some of the rhetoric among the Democrats here.
Well, there's two key reasons why, right? Well, probably three key reasons why. Antoine talks about it so eloquently when he talks about this change and what's happening in those rural counties. It's the demographic shifts that you're seeing. You're seeing a lot of Northeastern and people, quite frankly, because of the cost of living, retiring from all over the country and really buying up a lot of this new housing you're seeing, which is really just a beautiful area.
Right. The construction all over the place.
You're welcome to move here.
You're welcome to move here.
No, but there is construction with roads. You can tell there are people moving in this area.
People are moving here. There's cranes everywhere. There's a lot of excitement. You have Boeing. You have a lot of industry that's been moving here. So there's a tech sector that is bringing young entrepreneurs who want really to settle down and really find a very good quality of life. They're finding it here. But obviously the demographic shifts in terms of African American and Latino voters, that's changing as well. The other thing, the Steyer money, you talked about it, the advertising dollars of billionaires being in the campaign. We haven't really seen that type of effect, but it's jockeying them in very good strategic position that they wouldn't normally be able to have because they didn't have the grassroots, hiring operatives on the ground that know this state. They're putting a lot of money on the air and in some cases on the ground, and that's shifting the dynamic. And the third part is the Bernie Sanders effect of 2016. The lessons that he learned in terms of outreach and putting dollars globally in every touch point, they really took an education to that part and changed the campaign dynamic. And if not, some parts of the Sanders campaign should be the envy of any campaign, Republican or Democrat, because it's quite impressive all around.
Mm-hmm. You know, once I think we do a political autopsy of this South Carolina primary, I think one key ingredient we will look at is the more seasoned African American vote. And when you compare that to those high turnout counties, they automatically become high propensity voters. And these younger voters that generate so much excitement online, to me, they move into the low propensity voters when you usually do a political autopsy on what happens.
So let me ask you a little bit more about that. We just heard a little bit of Caitlin's interview with Congressman Clyburn. When you look at that endorsement, in this day and age in 2020, how much much of that could be could expose sort of a generational divide within the African American community for the reason that you just talked about?
I think the whip is uniquely positioned because his influence and his finger on the pulse transcends generations. You have younger people. He was at South Carolina State earlier today, or yesterday, in the dining hall. I saw the line based on someone who was FaceTime with me of younger college students who were in line trying to get selfies with him. When he and I are traveling together, I am simply amazed of how Democrats, Republicans, white, black, young, old, are so fascinated by his presence. So I think his influence with Joe Biden's endorsement is going to make a big difference in the end. 50% of the people who voted so far, according to our CBS exit, have indicated they have voted for Joe Biden because of his influence. And you can't underestimate his net worth and his network in the state. And I think that's going to make a big difference in the end.
All right, Antoine Seawright and Leslie Sanchez, thank you both very much. Coming up, after a break, the White House isn't the only thing Democrats are vying for this campaign season. They're also looking to end the party's drought in South Carolina. We'll chat with U.S. Senate hopeful Jamie Harrison about how he plans to unseat longtime Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. You're streaming Red and Blue live from the Carolina Ale House in Charleston.
The presidential primaries tonight, South Carolina. From CBS News election headquarters in New York, here is Walter Cronkite.
Good evening. In the South Carolina Republican primary today, John Connally failed to lift himself from the ranks of the also-rans of Campaign 80. Ronald Reagan clobbered him. With 99% of the vote in, now Reagan has 55% of that vote, Connally 30%, and Bush 15%. The Democrats in South Carolina will pick their 37 delegates through a caucus process that starts next Saturday.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Democrats in South Carolina aren't only looking to take back the White House this year, they're looking to flip the Senate as well. Earlier, I spoke with Jamie Harrison. He's running as a Democrat for Senate here and hopes to challenge Senator Lindsey Graham in November. Jamie Harrison, thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
So the last time the state elected a Democratic senator was over 20 years ago in 1998. What's your plan to make that happen?
Well, listen, this is a unique race. We are starting to see the emergence of what I call the New South. And this New South is bold, it's inclusive, it's diverse. We are seeing demographics changes here in South Carolina that we are seeing other places like in Georgia and North Carolina. Reverse migration, where African Americans generations before moved to the Northeast and to the Midwest are now coming back home. You're also seeing in this place where we are right now in Charleston, where you're getting a lot of college-educated white voters who are moving from the Northeast here. And it's starting to impact the politics that we have here in South Carolina. But most importantly, we are working on building a campaign built around hope. We are talking to the hopes, the aspirations, and fears of the people here in South Carolina. And we're doing it in such a way that it's not about Democrats or Republicans or progressives or versus conservatives. It is about what's right versus wrong. And so I'm so proud of the movement we're building. That's why I'm encouraging folks. We've gotten thousands of folks to volunteer, and I'm encouraging them to come and join this movement. Go to our JamieHarrison.com and be a part of what we're trying to do here.
So, as you know, President Trump was in South Carolina just last night fundraising for one of his staunchest allies, Senator Lindsey Graham. Does it concern you to see this push by Republicans in this state, which is a ruby red state?
Yeah, well, it should be concerning to them, because if it's a ruby red state, why are you campaigning here in South Carolina? If it's a slam dunk. What we are building here, we are getting crowds in Republican counties. I was just in Lancaster County the other day, and we had this is a county that went for Donald Trump 61-35. We had 250 people jammed into the senior center, and they were all there clapping and chanting when I walked in, "Send Lindsey home." This is about building a campaign around hope. Right now, Lindsey Graham has been an absentee senator. The only time that he comes home is when Donald Trump comes with him. And so he hasn't done a town hall in this state in almost 3 years. But our hospitals are closing. A third of the state has no broadband. So think about it. If you have a young kid, how can our kids compete with the rest of the world when they can't even connect with the rest of the world? 14 of our 46 counties 2 years ago, no OBGYNs. But we don't hear anything from Lindsey Graham about any of these issues. He's too busy playing Washington political games.
So Senator Graham did weigh in on the state of the race on Fox this morning, and I want to play some of that exchange. Let's listen to that.
Who's going to take South Carolina? Is it going to be Trump, or will it be one of these many Democratic people? One of the Democrats there, or is it going to be Trump?
The president by, he'll win by double digits in South Carolina. And Joe Biden will win the primary. Joe's a good guy. I've known Joe Biden for a long time, traveled all over the world with him. He's a very decent guy, and African-American support is strong for Joe Biden. He'll win South Carolina. I just don't think Joe has the juice to catch up to Bernie. I think it's Bernie's to lose.
Are you concerned that if Senator Sanders does secure the Democratic nomination, that could hurt not only your campaign, but other down-ballot races?
You know, there was a saying my grandma always had, and she said, "Jamie, you control what you control, you leave the rest to the Lord." And right now, I'm going to be on the top of the ticket because, you know, as you all know, history says that the presidential campaigns probably won't play here in South Carolina in the general election. So that means the people who are knocking on the doors will be my canvassers. The mail that will be sent out will be mine. The issues that we're going to talk about are the issues that are impacting the people of South Carolina, the issues that Lindsey Graham has forgotten for the past 6 years. And so I'm not concerned about that because I believe that it's our race that will be driving the vote here in South Carolina.
So you raised a record $3.6 million last quarter, outraising all other Democratic Senate challengers aside from two.
Not bad for a round-headed boy from Orangeburg, South Carolina.
All right. So I want to ask you, though, where do the bulk of your donations come from?
Listen, we've built a grassroots operation. We've gotten contributions from every county here in South Carolina. Thousands of people contributing, thousands of volunteers. And so this race is hyper-focused. And we got a lot of friends and family and folks who are interested in this race from around the country, and we appreciate that support. But in the end of the day, this race will be won here on the ground in South Carolina, talking about the issues that people care about.
You worked as an aide to Congressman Jim Clyburn. Do you agree with his decision to endorse Joe Biden?
No, listen, the congressman is an icon here in South Carolina, and I don't question any endorsement that he does. I don't question anything that he does. But right now for us, it is a focus not on the presidential campaign, but on our race. And so I applaud all of them. I'm happy that they were here. What I want to hear more from them on is how do they personalize this race so that everyday people, the people that I know that are walking down these streets right now who are scared about their hospitals, who are scared about the fact that they don't have insurance, prescription drugs, scared about the environment. I want to make sure that they focus on that because that's what we're doing in our campaign.
Jamie Harrison, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for having me. Enjoy Charleston.
Yes, we will. Let's turn now to the Decision Desk, where CBS News Elections and Surveys Director Anthony Salvanto is standing by. So, Anthony, what are the latest numbers that you're seeing here in South Carolina?
How are you, Elaine? We've got exit polls. We don't have any votes yet because the polls haven't closed, as you know. But one of the things that stood out, you all have mentioned that Representative Clyburn endorsement. Thing to look at here, 47% of voters so far that we've surveyed have said that was important. That's a big number, and it's higher than the ones who said that it wasn't. One of the things we noticed in the pre-election polling was that while Joe Biden had a lead here, some of the polls that were done after that endorsement looked like that lead was starting to grow. So we'll see what happens once the polls have closed. The other thing I want to show you, Elaine, let me look at whether people wanted to either return to the policies of President Obama or be even more liberal. This has been a divide in the Democratic Party so far in previous states, but look at how lopsided this is here in South Carolina, with 51 to 29 saying the party should go back to President Obama's policies. You might imagine that there's a lot of favorability towards former President Obama here in South Carolina, and maybe that'll have an effect, Elaine.
Right. And Anthony, which districts should we be keeping a very close eye on here in the state?
Sure. Well, as folks keep hearing me say, the delegates that matter most of all are handed out in congressional districts. And you're going to look for Joe Biden, if he is to succeed here, really to do well in every district, in particular, maybe the 1st, maybe the 6th. Once we get some votes in and those districts start lighting up, he's going to want to do well in places that have heavy African-American vote support. And then Bernie Sanders, if he's to be competitive, is going to have to also do well in a lot of those districts in order to keep what he currently has as a national delegate lead. You know, South Carolina has 54 delegates up for grabs. We're starting to build up now to Super Tuesday when there's over 1,300 delegates for grabs. So this will be seen as kind of a kickoff, what we lead into next Tuesday, Elaine.
All right, Anthony, they are serenading you as you speak. I don't know if you can hear that, probably some background music here. We're on a very busy street here in Charleston. Anthony Salvanto, thank you very much.
Sounds good.
Let's turn now to Natasha Korecki. She is a national correspondent for Politico, who is coming to us from a Joe Biden event in Columbia. Natasha, thank you so much. First of all, tell us a little bit about what the atmosphere, the mood is like on the ground there.
Well, it's still early here. The polls are open yet for another half an hour. So we're here at the event, but there aren't many people here yet. They're still yet to file in. But we have seen reports that things, you know, as you guys have reported with some of the entrance polls, that things seem to be going well for Biden. But of course, we won't know until some of the first voting results are in.
And Natasha, you have been following Joe Biden on the campaign trail for months now. Compare what his reception has been like in the South versus some of those other early contest states.
It's night and day. I mean, several of us reporters have commented on how different it is. Here in South Carolina, there's lines out the door. There are a little more raucous crowds. There's a drum circle outside of one. It's so different. There's a lot of enthusiasm here, a lot of just genuine love for Joe Biden. And if you notice with Biden himself, he's different. He is more relaxed. It seems like his best debate, by all accounts, was on Tuesday. And his CNN town hall was really greatly received as well, and that's all here. So he just really feels at home here.
Well, after Tuesday's debate, our Major Garrett spoke to Joe Biden about what a win in South Carolina means to him. Let's listen to some of that.
If you don't win South Carolina, can Joe Biden, former Vice President of the United States, carry on in this campaign with any hope of securing the nomination? You're going to win.
I'm going to win South Carolina.
By how much?
I don't know.
Does it matter?
I think it's just important that I win. Just like
1 point is enough.
1 point is enough, but I think I can win by a lot more than that.
So how much is his campaign banking on tonight's results?
I mean, they feel really good. His campaign, his surrogates, supporters are all feeling really good about tonight. But I don't know that it's correct that just a win is enough right now. Biden really needs to show some strength. People are talking about a double-digit lead. So I think the campaign in the last 24 hours has been trying to sort of temper expectations. But at the same time, he really does. He needs to signal that there's some momentum here. And he's, frankly, out of cash. He's gotten a good boost of cash in the last week, but it's come late. And he needs the media attention. He needs the media narrative. And he just needs the momentum coming out of South Carolina. And the only way to do that is to win big here.
All right, Natasha Korecki for us in Columbia. Natasha, thank you very much. Still to come, we asked South Carolina voters what issues are on top of mind as they head to the polls. You're streaming Red and Blue live from Charleston, South Carolina.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me first say to all of you that we, in the last few moments, have been trying to locate Governor Reagan in Miami to congratulate him on what I think is a significant victory here in South Carolina. I want to, he's entitled to congratulations, and I certainly want to extend them to him.
Well, Ronald Reagan won in South Carolina. I congratulate him. Did a first-class job. And now we set our sights on Florida. We've campaigned, had a long, I think, very productive day here. And looking ahead till Tuesday.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, a white supremacist lens.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Norah is. That's what Norah does. The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
We're just about 26 minutes away from polls closing in South Carolina. It's the fourth contest of the campaign and the first in the South. South Carolina is considered a major indicator of how presidential hopefuls are received by black voters. Earlier, I spoke with Andy Shane. He's the Columbia bureau chief for the Post and Courier. And Andy, according to our exit polls, almost half of South Carolina Democratic voters say that Congressman Clyburn's endorsement of Biden was an important factor in their vote today at a time when endorsements seem to hold less and less importance. Can you explain to our viewers how monumental this is?
Well, I mean, it had been expected for some time that Congressman Clyburn was going to endorse Joe Biden. But when it finally became official, it came at a crucial time. Joe Biden was coming off of a second place in Nevada. He had done pretty well at the debate in Charleston. So, you know, this was sort of I guess things come in threes, right? So this was the third good thing that Joe needed to have after some struggles in Iowa and New Hampshire. Congressman Clyburn is by far the most prominent African-American politician we have in South Carolina. He is, you know, obviously the most prominent African-American congressman, the most powerful as far as position in Congress. So, you know, it was really crucial for Joe Biden to get that endorsement and to propel him to what's expected to be a victory here in South Carolina.
And it's interesting because right before that happened, Senator Sanders really appeared to be weakening Joe Biden's stronghold in South Carolina. Why did his poll numbers slip?
You know, it was interesting. It wasn't even so much as Bernie Sanders' numbers or Tom Steyer's numbers were coming up as much as Joe Biden's really astronomical numbers were coming down. He had, you know, at one point in some of the polls that we'd been conducting over the past year, he had as much as a 30-point lead. I don't think anyone ever expected Joe Biden to win by 3 or 4 touchdowns. So, I mean, I think it was more coming back to earth. I think, of course, there was a lot of buzz being generated about Bernie Sanders, and that was creating some things. I think also that a lot of people were waiting until the last minute to make up their minds. So, you know, I think a lot of that was a combination that created a little bit of that uncertainty over the past few weeks, and that certainly has been pretty much evaporated in the past 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, and speaking of Sanders, he held a rally this week in Spartanburg, and he turned out a big crowd there. Can you tell us a little bit more about his campaign's efforts to increase voter turnout among new voters?
You know, that is Bernie's bread and butter, is these younger voters, newer voters, voters who feel like that they don't really belong with the traditional system that the Democrats in place, the system that to a certain degree, you know, Joe Biden represents. The issue is that it's growing beyond that, growing beyond the number that he got in 2016, which was about 26, which was a little around 25%. You know, could he build on that? Could he build on the big question is, can he build on African American support, which was just 14% back in 2016. So, you know, you know, again, as I was saying before, it wasn't even so much that his number really came up as much as Biden came down. He seems to have a certain, for lack of a better term, ceiling in South Carolina, because South Carolina Democrats, especially older Democrats, tend to run a little bit more conservative than some of the progressive issues that Bernie Sanders has been promoting.
And you also, Andy, reported on how absentee voting in South Carolina has already surpassed the 2016 numbers. Any indication as to why that is?
You know, partly it's just because I think you know, everyone knows about being able to vote early. We don't have early voting here in South Carolina, as it were. You can vote absentee early, and pretty much the reasons to vote absentee, you don't have to give really any proof that you're going to be out of town or you're sick or you're going to have to take care of mama or anything like that. You can pretty much just say, I need to vote absentee, and you can do it. So it's a de facto early voting. And I think that's just become much more of a regular thing across the country that we're seeing. Oh, I'm able to sit here and cast a ballot a week before when it's more convenient. And there's also the county offices are now opening more in-person absentee voting places, so you can obviously still have the experience of voting without having to go do this through the mail. So I just, you know, and there's been, of course, big interest in this race. We had a rather large field. We had a rather diverse field at one point. It's, you know, 24 has now been winnowed down to 8. 7 of the active candidates are on the ballot. Michael Bloomberg is not, much to the surprise of some voters who realized that he wasn't and couldn't write him in.
Well, actually, let's go ahead ahead and talk about Michael Bloomberg since you brought him up. He's not on the ballot there. But do you think that decision to wait until Super Tuesday might hurt Bloomberg?
You know, it looks that way. I've only really seen one poll that Emerson College did that asked, you know, if Michael Bloomberg was on the ballot, how many of the folks that they surveyed would have voted for the former New York mayor. And in fact, they found that it was almost 20% or 21%. You know, based on sort of just a thought about how much where he was taking the votes away, he might have finished in second here in South Carolina. Could you imagine what that would have been like if he had done that and what that would do for his chances in some of these Super Tuesday states? Instead, Michael Bloomberg, you know, made a conscious decision not to campaign in the early primary states and to really start his game in Super Tuesday. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. But I think he might have left some chips on the table.
Very interesting on that. I also want to dig into the issue of health care with you. The two front runners in the state, Sanders and Biden, they've campaigned extensively on the issue in South Carolina. How are their different plans, very different plans and different philosophies being received there?
Again, it depends where you were on the Democratic ideological spectrum. If you were, you know, progressive, the Medicare for All was very appealing to folks. But again, because South Carolina Democrats tend to run a little bit more conservative, a little bit more moderate, there were a lot of people who said, I just don't believe that this is doable. I don't believe that the country can afford this. And so they saw the Biden plan, obviously Obamacare, or as he's calling it, his own version of it, Biden Care, you know, a little more realistic to them.
Andy Shane, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up after a break, Senator Bernie Sanders is already turning his attention to Super Tuesday. We'll talk to one of his campaign co-chairs about what the presidential hopeful's plan of attack is as former Vice President Joe Biden gains momentum. You're streaming a special edition of Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this. Today, a white supremacist lens.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
This Tuesday, Super Tuesday, very important day, maybe the most important day in the whole primary process.
Welcome back to the Carolina Ale House in Charleston, South Carolina, where you will not find Senator Bernie Sanders. He has already turned his attention to Super Tuesday. You just heard him there last night in Springfield, Massachusetts. Here he is at a rally today in Virginia. Democrats in those two states will cast their ballots in just 3 days. The senator still leads in the national delegate count, though he has often trailed in South Carolina. Earlier, I spoke with Congressman Ro Khanna. He represents California's 17th district and is a national co-chair for Senator Sanders' presidential campaign. How are you feeling about South Carolina right now?
I'm feeling very good. We've had extraordinary enthusiasm at the canvas launches I've been at in Charleston and Columbia. We're going to have a very, very strong showing, and it's going to position us well for wins on Super Tuesday.
The senator's having rallies in these other Super Tuesday states. Is that a sign that he's not confident in the South Carolina results?
Not at all. You remember that he gave his victory speech in Texas after he won Nevada. So we're always very passionate about the state we're in, but also looking ahead. And as you know, 14 states are going to vote in 3 days, so he has to cover a lot of ground.
The senator has said himself he's gotten the national front-runner treatment. Is the campaign concerned that if there is a big win for Joe Biden here, that in fact he could be right back in this race?
Well, we don't underestimate Vice President Biden. It's going to be a formidable competition, and he's a formidable competitor. But here's the reality. We are winning with African Americans in the latest Harris poll. We're winning with working Americans. We're winning with Latino Americans. We are winning over Donald Trump in 54 out of 59 polls. So we have the broadest coalition to win the nomination.
So I know you were with the Reverend Jesse Jackson on the flight down to Columbia here in South Carolina. Does he think that the senator can actually sway black voters and persuade them to move away from Joe Biden and over to him?
Absolutely. I think if you ask him, he would say that Bernie Sanders is running the campaign to fulfill what Jesse Jackson started. I mean, Jesse Jackson talked about Medicare for all back in 1988. Bernie Sanders is running on it. Jesse Jackson talked about getting us out of endless wars back then. Bernie Sanders is running on that. Jesse Jackson talked about giving everyone an education, investing in communities. Bernie Sanders is running on that. So in many ways, Bernie Sanders' campaign is inspired by the progressive movement that Jesse Jackson started.
So what are you looking for here in South Carolina in terms of a measure of success? What will that look like for the Sanders campaign?
I want to have a multi-racial, multicultural coalition come to the polls. We want to do well with African-American voters. We want to do well with working-class voters. We want to do well with women voters. We want to do well across the demographics. And that's what it looks like, not just based on the polls, but based on the turnouts we're seeing at Bernie Sanders' rallies and at these canvas launches.
Is there a specific number that you're looking at with African-American voters to get here in South Carolina?
Well, I don't know about a specific number. What I would hope is that we do very, very well, that we build on what we did in 2016. I'm confident we're going to do much better than 2016. I think we're going to win African-American voters under 50. And then the question is how the rest of the results come out. But I'm very confident it will be a good showing.
2016 was tough for the Sanders campaign. What's different now?
More people know him. I mean, in 2016, very few people knew who he was. They didn't really get to kick the tires and find out what he stood for. Now they know that he's spent 40 years of his life fighting for social justice, racial justice, and they've gotten to hear his message about giving health care for all, expanding Social Security, tackling mass incarceration. I mean, he talks about the fact that 28% of South Carolinas are black, and yet 78% of people in jail are black, that there's something fundamentally broken with our criminal justice system. So I think his message is breaking through.
It's been an advantage, you think, that he's been around since 2016 for people in this state in particular?
I do, because I think people in this state understandably want to trust someone. They want to really know where someone stands and where they have been. And so having him come back to this state for over 5 years consistently with people like Senator Nina Turner and Dr. Cornel West has assured people that he really understands the needs here and is going to prioritize their needs.
I want to zoom out and talk about Super Tuesday a bit more. One of those states, of course, is California, your home state, which has the most delegates, and the senator has led there. Does he need to win, though, by a substantial margin to really put this primary race away? And are you confident that he actually will?
He's going to win. I think he's going to win big, but we'll see how many delegates we end up with. But we're not going to take anything for granted. I mean, I'm confident we're going to be in a lead after Super Tuesday, but we're going to work hard to earn every vote and to build a majority on that first ballot.
So, of course, California is the biggest prize, but you have a lot of other Super Tuesday states that are in the South. Folks have talked about how the demographics of the South are changing,
Yes.
politically speaking. So if Senator Sanders doesn't win here in South Carolina tonight, do you think that might make it harder to win in places like, say, Texas and North Carolina, Virginia?
I don't think so. The polls don't show that. I mean, the polls show us up in Texas. The polls show us up in Virginia. The polls actually show us competitive even in Florida. And that's because there is a younger generation, a multicultural, multiracial generation that likes his message that says we don't want college debt. We don't want to have huge health care costs. We don't want to not be able to afford a house. We don't want these endless wars. And what's attracting people are his policies, his vision for a more progressive future.
Let's talk about Massachusetts and Minnesota. What's the senator's strategy there?
Well, Massachusetts, we are doing very, very well. Of course, that's Senator Warren's home state. But Senator Sanders' message there on progressive politics has really appealed to people.
And in Minnesota?
And in Minnesota, you know, again, that's Amy Klobuchar's home state. But what we see is that Medicare for all, free public college, the Green New Deal and tackling climate change, that there's a constituency for this across the country, including in Minnesota.
Before we let you go, I want to ask you about a topic that is very much on people's minds in this country, and that is the coronavirus.
Yes.
So we learned about the first American death in Washington state. What are lawmakers doing to try to come to some kind of bipartisan solution?
Well, it's very sad, and we need to act, and we need to act with decisiveness. What I've called for is we need to give $15 billion to the CDC, to the NIH, for three things. One, let them work on a test that they can deploy around the nation. We need to have people tested and make sure that test is going to happen within 48 hours. Right now, only 500 people have been tested in this country. We need to really deploy that. Two, we need to reach out to the entrepreneurs and innovators, some of them in my district in Silicon Valley, who are working on testing on antivirals and vaccines, convene all of them in Washington. And finally, we need to listen to the scientists and the doctors. I have confidence when I hear Dr. Fauci, even though I don't have much confidence with the president. We need to give them the resources so they think they can come up with the strategy.
You talk about not having confidence in the president, but, you know, the American people are listening to the rhetoric back and forth when it comes to the coronavirus. What assurances do you think you can provide to the American people that, in fact, Democrats and Republicans can come together here for the sake of public health and national security?
That's my commitment. That's what we want to do. We are ready to provide the resources that this administration needs. We have said that Dr. Fauci and people like him have our trust. What we want, though, is for the scientists and the doctors to lead and for there to be specific plans of what we're going to do. What are we doing to help prepare the healthcare providers around the country so they aren't at risk? What are we doing to make sure everyone gets tested? What are we doing to make sure people aren't avoiding care because of the costs? I mean, there was a story in Florida. Someone got a $3,000 bill because they went to get treated for the coronavirus. I mean, this is what Senator Sanders has called for. Healthcare in this country should not be costing thousands of dollars.
Let me ask you about the specifics of a spending package. Realistically, is there common ground there for Democrats and Republicans to work together on a number and have that be an example for people to see of coming together in a way maybe we haven't seen necessarily?
Absolutely, there is. But $15 billion, which is what I think is needed for these agencies, is not a big number when you consider that our entire defense budget was $700 billion. To put that in context, a few percent, I think most Americans would say this is a national security issue and would want us to put a few percent of what we put into defense to keep this country safe so that people don't get the coronavirus.
And coming back to the campaign for a moment, what is Senator Sanders' message when it comes to this specific issue? How would he, in fact, tackle a situation like this if he were in office?
Well, if he were in office, we would have Medicare for all, and that would mean that every person in this country could get tested without worrying about the costs. Every person get treated without worrying about the costs. He would say one of the biggest concerns is that people aren't going to go to the hospital, to their doctor to get tested or to get treated because they're going to be worried about their deductibles and their copays. And this actually shows that we're only as safe as the least insured among us. We need to provide universal health care so everyone can get the care they need and we aren't all at risk.
Representative Ro Khanna, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Billionaire Tom Steyer is banking on a victory tonight in South Carolina. He has invested heavily in courting black voters. Let's bring in Johnny Cordero. He's a surrogate for Tom Steyer and chairman of the Democratic Black Caucus of South Carolina. Mr. Chairman, thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure to be here.
How
Thank
are you feeling about tonight?
I'm optimistic and enthusiastic. It's probably the best way.
If Tom Steyer does not win here in South Carolina, is that going to be the end of his campaign?
Definitely not. If he doesn't win here, we're hopeful that he will come in second. Even if he comes in third, if he has a good showing, and we consider 1, 2, 3 and a good showing, if he does that, the sky's the limit for Tom Steyer.
So I've been looking at our CBS News exit polls, and almost half of South Carolina Democratic primary voters say that Representative Clyburn's endorsement of Joe Biden was an important factor in their vote today. Does that concern you?
It concerns me because when it was done, but at the same time, you know, I mean, Congressman Clyburn is an operative. He's a very well-known figure in South Carolina, and sure, it was important. But will it change the outcome? I'm not certain that it will, because what happens is the demographic that people are overlooking is the demographic that probably is not influenced by the endorsement of Mr. Clyburn.
Go ahead.
And that is young millennials and young people who have basically said, we're stepping out of this race because we don't believe that the Democratic Party is for us. Those are the people who are being energized by Tom Steyer, and those are the people I believe are going to make the difference.
What has the case that Mr. Steyer has been making to those voters in particular?
Essentially, Tom Steyer has been able to reach and energize those people simply because he understands our issues, because he came to listen, because he spent money in the black community, and by that I mean he put people to work. He has over 100 African Americans in local communities that are working and are being paid. That's vitally important. The scenario has always been historically that what they do is they spend the least money in the black community and then spend it at the end. They come in and they bring campaign advisors and spokespersons in, and they don't spend money in the black community. Well, when Tom Steyer came, we sat down and we talked with him and said, this is what you need to do. But mind you, we said this to all of the candidates as they came in. Tom Steyer was the only one that put it into effect. And perhaps more importantly, Tom Steyer is empathetic. He understands our issues. He is well informed, and he is not afraid to speak those issues no matter what the audience is.
We are running out of time here, but very quickly, if he doesn't make 1, 2, or 3 tonight, then what?
I think that would be obviously a decision for him, but I don't think it's over. Here's what's happening. If he registers, what's going to happen is South Carolina is going to lead the information force going forward for other states. The African American communities in the other states are going to listen to what's happening here in South Carolina. And I believe that Tom Steyer is in this race for the long haul. I don't believe he's going to be out, and I would bet that he's going to pull second.
Johnny Cordero, thank you very much for your time.
It's my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
We are going to take a quick break. The first polls in South Carolina close in just a few minutes. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this. We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can see the desperation in the journey simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this. Today, a white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
CBS This Morning. Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
CBS This Morning.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano, live from the Carolina Ale House in Charleston. We begin with an update on today's race. CBS News projects Joe Biden will win the South Carolina Democratic primary based on exit polls. But until then, I want to welcome our panel, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Leslie Sanchez, and Linda Tran. Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter. Leslie is a CBS News political analyst and Republican strategist. Linda is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Caitlin, let me start with you. You are there at a Joe Biden event now. Tell me what the atmosphere is like where you are.
Hi, Elaine. Well, they just announced that Joe Biden has been projected to win this primary here tonight. You can hear the crowd behind me really cheering this development. This is a Joe Biden that we haven't seen before, because this is a Joe Biden who's going to come onto the stage tonight having won his first primary of this entire election cycle. Remember, we're now in the fourth contest, and Joe Biden has fallen short in New Hampshire and Iowa, Nevada. Tonight in South Carolina, he's desperately trying to change the narrative, change the trajectory of this race. And they're taking this win in South Carolina as a big victory for him and a big boost heading into Super Tuesday, which is just a couple of days away.
Caitlin, while I have you, I'm wondering, what is the time frame here that you're hearing about when we may see the former vice president?
Well, we're expecting him to come out and make a victory speech. The stage is ready for him. People are still coming in, but they had anticipated a good night tonight. We've been following his campaign. We were with them last night in Spartanburg. You saw Joe Biden, who felt very confident in the results or the coming results. And, you know, it's just really interesting to look at some of the exit polling. It helps to kind of color how Joe Biden was doing well on the ground here, doing very well among black voters, which have, of course, been a key base of support for him. He's been looking at South Carolina this whole entire campaign as a firewall, as a saving grace, as a way to really boost his campaign. It was also interesting to see that about a third of voters made their decision in the last couple of days. That means that comes after the CBS News debate where Joe Biden had a good night. It also comes after a key endorsement from Jim Clyburn, the congressman from South Carolina, the majority whip, a kingmaker in this state. About half of voters in our CBS News exit polls showed that Clyburn's endorsement was really important for them in making their decision about who to support on Saturday. And another number that really stood out to me, 51% of voters in South Carolina, of Democratic voters, said they want to return to Obama policies. That's something that Joe Biden has been talking about a lot on the ground in South Carolina, talking about his connection to Obama, talking about getting things back to the way they were before Donald Trump, and having this election send that message. So when you kind of take all of that together, you can see why Joe Biden has been projected to do well here in the state and projected to win.
Linda Tran, let me ask you about what Caitlin was just talking about, the idea that you had those folks in the state of South Carolina who wanted to see a return to Obama policies. How does this electorate reflect what may or may not exist beyond the borders of South Carolina?
Well, first and foremost, of course, in South Carolina, for the very first time, we are seeing a much more black voter-centered electorate, which is going to be true in a number of the states that we come to across Super Tuesday and beyond. But this whole notion of yearning for Barack Obama and wanting a return in a lot of ways to an era where they might characterize as more sane than the one that they're in now, more reflective of the things that they care about, those kitchen table issues that voters are always worried about. I mean, that there in and of itself is a really great sign for Joe Biden, because while we've seen Barack Obama in every single TV ad, the only person who can truly say that he would carry on Barack Obama's legacy because he was a part of it is the former vice president.
Leslie, let me turn to you. So with this CBS News projection now with Joe Biden as tonight's winner, if ultimately he becomes the Democratic nominee, what are your thoughts here about a head-to-head matchup against President Trump?
I think it becomes more of a battleground in a lot of those purple states, or maybe some of the states where, for example, Nevada was one of the states we talked about where Trump wants to be competitive. And certainly in those battleground, when you're looking at the Rust Belt states, that becomes an area Joe Biden becomes very effective in. I think the interesting part about tonight, exactly, as a launching pad to Super Tuesday, what those Democratic parties are thinking about. The fact so many people have made a decision at the last minute, and they're going back to security. What is secure in terms of a Democratic Party? It's something they understand, it's something they know. That's the Obama advantage. And in light of the health risk and the global state of kind of the publicity and the news that we're seeing on health concerns, this may actually be working to a benefit to Biden, because he's somebody, especially with minority communities, you understand what he's going to do in health care. You're not seeing radical pulls to the left or the right when things start to destabilize. And people tend to come back home to establishment candidates that they know and trust.
Well, and another thing I would just add, totally agree with everything that Leslie just said, but the one thing we know to be true in every community of color is that you can't just organize at the last second.
No.
You need to build a relationship. You need to be a trusted messenger. And Joe Biden, because he's an extension of Barack Obama, is that trusted messenger. And while people might flirt with a new idea here and there, in communities of color in particular, they want what they know.
What we really want to watch, though, bouncing off that, is how big is this leap? In other words, does he get that double-digit bounce he's going to need going into Super Tuesday, that more people can coalesce around him, especially the centrist voters, right? The voters who aren't pleased with the socialist insurgency that's kind of taking over the Democratic Party. Does this give them a base they start to feel comfortable with? Do they feel Biden has the energy, to really mount an aggressive national campaign, or are we still on the track of this brokered convention, talk that we were, 24 hours ago?
Linda, I wonder, as a Democratic strategist, someone who's well familiar with how campaigns run, when you talk about cash on hand now, how does a win here for Joe Biden tonight in South Carolina perhaps change what we've seen for him from a financial perspective for his campaign and the narrative that he can now kind of present to potential donors here moving forward?
Well, first and foremost, the idea of cash on hand in 2020 has a whole new meaning, certainly with Mike Bloomberg and the $500 million that he's been able to spend. But what we know is that campaigns need resources. They need those to pay for the organizers. They need those to be up on the air so they can get their message out to the many, many voters they need to reach in order to be impactful. Joe Biden's campaign has said they've raised a couple of $1 million already since his strong debate performance. If he wins and wins big today, you can expect that those donors are going to come home to roost.
Caitlin, let me turn to you. We were talking about the exit polls and that almost half of South Carolina Democratic primary voters said that Congressman Clyburn's endorsement was an important factor in their vote today. Is it clear how critical backing from the Democratic establishment is for Biden's campaign?
Well, here in South Carolina, that endorsement really matters a lot. Remember, over the summer, we were broadcasting, CBSN was broadcasting from the Clyburn Fish Fry. That's when all of those Democratic candidates came to the fish fry, came to kind of kiss the ring of James Clyburn in South Carolina, because he is such a key endorsement. His opinion here really matters. We talk a lot over the past few months about whether endorsements really matter anymore in this age, and I think in South Carolina, he certainly still has a lot of sway. And I interviewed him earlier today at the State House, and he said that he had been looking at Joe Biden's numbers and they kind of looked funny to him, and he felt the need to get involved because he had a lot of people on the ground asking him, why haven't you made a decision? why should we support Joe Biden? Is his campaign kind of living up to the expectations of a frontrunner? And James Clyburn felt the need to really help to give Joe Biden that boost, that support. And we saw in our exit polling that about half of voters said that was a really important factor to them. It's also important to note that South Carolina Democrats tend to be more conservative than some other areas of the state. You saw that over about half of them wanted to return things back to Obama policies rather than some of the ideas espoused by some of the more progressive wings of the party. And for Joe Biden, having that establishment-rooted support was really important. But it's also important to note that Joe Biden at campaign events here had talked about how much he comes here, his long history here, the kind of relationships that he's built with key figures in this state. He talks a lot about. And so when we've noticed that we've followed Joe Biden around the campaign trail in all of these early states, and we've noticed that he's kind of like a different candidate here in South Carolina. When he comes to South Carolina, it feels more like a homecoming. He's much more energized, much more excited, and you can feel this real deep sense of connection that he has with people here compared to the other early states. So the Biden campaign really wants this night to kind of change the course of this race. Joe Biden was telling voters in Spartanburg last night when we were with him that if they send him a big victory here, he's on a path to the nomination. And he kind of felt this real deep connection with them and tried to make that clear.
And Caitlin, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you, but I think you can still hear me. Let me ask you, apologies if you've already talked about this, but in your conversation with Congressman Clyburn, you talked about his concerns that Sanders right now is currently at the top, that Sanders could potentially be, rather, at the top of the ticket. Let's listen to what he had to say about that.
They are, and they've told me that. I've talked to Joe Cunningham. Yes, that's the way he feels. But I've talked to about 20 other Democratic Congress people who feel the same way. And so I'm not taking that away. I can live with him at the top of the ticket. A lot of these Congress people tell me it would be very difficult for them.
So we know there he talked about Joe Cunningham specifically, but he said that he's talked to other members of Congress, Democrats, who feel the same way. Explain, Caitlin, what it is that they are concerned about with the potential Sanders nomination regarding down-ballot races come November.
Yeah, it was really interesting to hear from Clyburn on that because he and Nancy Pelosi have been trying to stress unity in the Democratic Party, but they know that a lot of these members who helped them secure the majority in the House in those 2018 midterms come from districts where Bernie Sanders may be a liability if he's on the top of the ticket. And I asked him specifically about Joe Cunningham, who comes from a district in Charleston near where you are, who won a seat that is traditionally Republican, was able to flip that to Democratic, how Bernie Sanders on the top of the ticket might influence voters there. And Clyburn said that Joe Cunningham has expressed that it would be a liability. So right now in South Carolina, Joe Biden is trying to blunt the momentum from Bernie Sanders, who has already won Nevada, he won New Hampshire, he appears poised for good nights in states like California on Super Tuesday. This was an attempt by Joe Biden and Democrats to keep Bernie Sanders from gaining more momentum. So they feel like they can be successful here tonight. But I also asked Jim Clyburn, you know, what do voters hear when they hear the term Democratic Socialist? Do they identify it with it? And he said, no, they don't. They don't like that term. So here in South Carolina, it's a different kind of story. But I am waiting to see how Bernie Sanders does tonight because he's been campaigning in South Carolina, hoping to kind of close that gap with Biden and show a growth in his base of support. This is a key test for black voters who are going to be incredibly crucial to whoever secures the nomination.
All right, Caitlin Huey Burrs, Leslie Sanchez, Linda Tran, thank you all so much. Still to come, Caitlin will look at the political weight a last-minute endorsement from South Carolina Representative Jim Clyburn is having on Joe Biden's campaign. You're streaming Red and Blue live from the Carolina Ale House in Charleston, South Carolina.
2 days' time, we have a chance to continue what we started tonight in South Carolina, and that is the beginning of the end of the Clinton-Gore era in Washington, D.C.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS Sunday Morning.
Every Sunday night at 8 on CBSN. Stop the noise.
My moral compass, my politics, and my worldview comes from the internet.
And turn the world.
If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
Right side up.
Who here believes in evolution?
Chaos meets clarity in eye-opening original documentaries anywhere you want to see them. Sunday nights at 8, only on CBSN.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Lana Zach. CBS News is projecting Joe Biden will win the South Carolina Democratic primary based on exit polls. We want to head over to Columbia, South Carolina now, where CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns is standing by with State House reporter for the state, Mayan Schechter.
Hi there. Well, great to have you with us. You have been following this race on the ground for many, many months. Joe Biden was just projected the winner. It's not a surprising result, but tell me what you're looking at tonight in terms of Joe Biden winning the state.
Well, definitely looking at what the margin is between Joe Biden and whoever comes in second, because obviously what we've heard from a lot of Joe Biden supporters and a lot of Democratic operatives here on the ground is that whatever that margin is, could make or break or help propel him in these Super Tuesday states, these much more competitive states. So I'm looking for that, but also looking at what Tom Steyer did here in South Carolina. How much was he able to chip away at some of Joe Biden's support here on the ground?
In our CBS News exit polling, it showed about half of voters said that Jim Clyburn's endorsement was important to them in making up their minds. How have you seen his endorsement change minds, make things happen on the ground? How critical do you think that endorsement was?
Well, if you're Joe Biden, this endorsement could not have come at a better time, especially as we were seeing much more competitive polls. Congressman Clyburn is an incredibly well-respected figure here in South Carolina. His opinion is highly regarded. And as we were heading into the primary and I was talking to undecided voters, many of them were telling me that Congressman Clyburn's endorsement of Joe Biden was a contributing factor, if not one of the main contributing factors, to whether they decided to support Joe Biden in the primary or not.
Interesting. And here we also saw that the issue of health care was top of mind for voters here. Have you been hearing a lot about that as well? And what do you think specifically about health care has voters concerned here in South Carolina?
Well, kitchen table issues here in South Carolina are always important to voters when you dig down deep into it. The cost of prescription medication, the ability to be able to go to a hospital if you need. There are a lot of rural hospitals in South Carolina that have closed, and we've seen a lot of ERs pop up. So certainly those have been some big factors to voters here. But I think when you dig down deep into it, it's not just healthcare, it's been education, it's been criminal justice reform, it's been gun control, but it's also been electability. I mean, one of the main things that I've heard from a lot of voters when I talk to them on the ground here is, I just want to see Donald Trump out of the White House in 2021. Who's the candidate who is going to be at the top of the ticket that can help that?
Bernie Sanders was also competing here, and I am interested to see kind of what his numbers look like. But from your conversations with people on the ground and with the campaign, do you think there was any kind of pathway for him in South Carolina? Or is the strategy really just to try to get some delegates, try to expand his base of support?
Well, certainly what Bernie Sanders has done this go around, this cycle, compared to 2016 is by far different. In 2016, we obviously know he lost handedly to Hillary Clinton, but he was able to build upon that foundation, that coalition here in South Carolina. Yes, I mean, talking to some of his supporters, they really put a lot more emphasis on Super Tuesday, where they feel like he could do a much better job and capture a lot of those delegates. I think it's always felt like Joe Biden would have been the favorite here in South Carolina, given his relationship to the state and to the voters. So certainly when I was talking to a lot of voters today who were Bernie Sanders fans, they were telling me, you know what, even if he comes in second, it's fine. It's fine. As long as he does super well in those Super Tuesday states, that's what matters.
And how big of a springboard is South Carolina for those Super Tuesday states and the conversations and reporting that you've been doing, because it is such a quick turnaround? I mean, we should note that by the time polls closed here today, most of the candidates had already left South Carolina. We're on their way to those Super Tuesday states, with the exception of Joe Biden and Tom Steyer. How important is this in terms of Super Tuesday?
I think it's important in the sense that if that margin is pretty big, it can be a springboard, especially into southern Super Tuesday states like North Carolina, and even if it's not Super Tuesday, like Georgia, where the electorate there is much more diverse.
Great. Well, it's so great to have you. Thanks for contributing all over the state here and for this primary. Lana, back to you.
Thanks, Caitlin. Now let's go ahead and bring in CBS News Elections and Surveys Director Anthony Salvanto at the Decision Desk in Washington. Anthony, tell us all about what happened in South Carolina. I think it's very interesting to people when we're seeing these exit polls and seeing the impact, especially that Clyburn's endorsement made in the ultimate result.
Exactly. You know, what happened in the pre-election polling, Lana, was that Joe Biden had a lead, But what you saw in the polls that were done partially after that Clyburn endorsement, that lead went up. And then sure enough, when we did the exit polls of people leaving their polling places today, once polls closed at 7 p.m., that was when we knew that Joe Biden was on his way to a win, perhaps a big win based on those exit polls. I want to show you what's behind me here. This is the map. This is the actual vote that's just starting to come in. Like I said, it's those exit polls that told us what's happened tonight from voters leaving the polling places. We're going to watch now going forward as these counties start to report just exactly how well Joe Biden does throughout the state, because that will add up to delegates, which is what this is all about. Now, so far, we can estimate that Joe Biden will pick up at least 15. The state's got 54, so he'll probably rack up a lot more than that. And we'll watch this, and we'll watch this map light up as more and more votes come in, Lana.
And Anthony, explain to our viewers, because they may be looking at your pretty map and see that 0% of precincts are in, but then see 70% of the vote has gone to Joe Biden with Steyer and Sanders behind. How is it? Explain to us how we can have 0% of the precincts reporting and still make these projections.
That is a great question. What happened today was that CBS News, along with the other networks through our consortium, we sent interviewers to polling places throughout the state, and they stood there all day as voters were leaving their polling places, and they asked them, who did you vote for? Well, we collect that data from all over the state, from talking to all of those voters, and we sent that back here to Washington, and we look at it, and what we saw was that Joe Biden had a lead in every region of the state, and that gives you confidence that what voters are telling you is that they voted for Joe Biden. And we also asked them a little bit about what was on their minds. One of the things that really stood out to me is this difference I'm going to show you here. When we ask people, do you want to have the Democratic Party return to former President Barack Obama's policies or be even more liberal than President Obama was? And you see this big gap. 52% of those voters said that they wanted to return to President Obama's policies. So you can imagine that that certainly helped former Vice President Joe Biden. And, you know, another thing that really caught my eye, you all mentioned Representative Clyburn's endorsement. We had far more people tell us that they felt that endorsement was important than felt that it was not. And that, too, as I mentioned, certainly seems to have helped the former Vice President, Lana.
And Anthony, we know that that endorsement was made just recently, and I'm wondering what else we're learning about from our exit pollers about when voters made up their mind about which candidate they were going to support.
A lot of people made up their mind late, and that's not unusual for South Carolina, especially coming as it does so soon after places like Nevada or places like New Hampshire and Iowa. A lot of voters will wait and see. We certainly saw this race, at least nationally, tighten and move a little bit towards Bernie Sanders after he did well in a lot of those contests. But then here in South Carolina, as I said, it seemed like this thing shifted back again towards Joe Biden after that endorsement. A lot of folks, including in our polling, felt that he had a good debate last Tuesday night. That could have had an impact as well. Really, it all shows how much these early states can swing back and forth as voters look at what happened in the last state and maybe start to reassess, maybe think about, well, should I maybe reconsider my position or not? And then all of that springs forward into Tuesday's contest, where you've got the largest delegate haul on the calendar, over 1,300 delegates, that make all this look very small in terms of delegates anyway, but it could certainly be big in terms of momentum, Lana.
Well, so I want to dig a little deeper into that with you, Anthony. You know, one of the questions that we've heard from these exit polls is how much they're interested in both issues, people who agree with them philosophy-wise, versus the number one thing that we've heard from voters, the Democratic voters, their importance that they place on being able to beat President Trump in the general election. And it's interesting because in Iowa, that was the most important thing, and Buttigieg won there. New Hampshire and Nevada, that was the most important thing, and Sanders won there. And then here we are in South Carolina with another winner, Biden. I'm wondering if voters there also thought that beating President Trump was the most important thing for them.
Yeah, let me show you this slide. These are what we call the electability voters, the ones that you mentioned, who say that they're looking for the person who they believe can most beat President Trump. Well, Joe Biden won them here in South Carolina, and by a wide margin. Look, a lot of this is in the eye of the beholder, where you get voters who are gaming out the process in a way. They're looking at a candidate and they're thinking about whether or not that candidate might appeal to other voters, might appeal to their conception of what swing voters want. Well, there's a lot of sort of thinking ahead, far ahead in some cases, on the part of voters. But what we do know is that Democrats are trying to size up the electorate because so many say that it's so important for them to try to win come November. The data, however, shows that when you test national matchups, Joe Biden against President Trump, Bernie Sanders against President Trump, for that matter, most of the Democratic candidates against President Trump, it's really pretty even. It's really within the margin of error, maybe slight leads for the Democrats nationally, but that wouldn't necessarily guarantee a win at all. And so that's the kind of thing that you have to keep your eye on going forward. Whichever Democratic candidate can ultimately make that consensus argument that says that they are the candidate to beat President Trump, whichever one convinces Democrats of that is probably going to emerge with this nomination down the road, Lana.
Anthony, you are the man with the numbers behind the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up after a break, we'll head back out to South Carolina, where CBS News has projected Joe Biden as the big winner. You're streaming a special edition of Red and Blue.
Any clever guy can come up with a position paper with a few advisors on any kind of issue that's tailored to the public opinion polls. What we need for a president of the United States is somebody that's got credibility. You cannot have credibility. You cannot be an effective leader this day and time if you don't tell the truth about your own record, and if you haven't been consistent about your own record, and you look like you'll blow in the political winds.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters there expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
Face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again.
On CBS, Sunday Morning.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. Welcome back to the Carolina Ale House in Charleston. CBS News is projecting Joe Biden will win the South Carolina Democratic primary. Leslie Sanchez and Antoine Seawright are with me once again from Charleston. Leslie is a CBS News political analyst and Republican strategist. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. And Antoine, I want to start with you. The grin on your face could not be wider. Tell me what you're thinking right now.
Well, there are a couple of things I said from the very beginning of this process. South Carolina will be the place that will set the tone and temperature for this race. I think everyone can agree with that now because of the participation from the most loyal constituency in the country, African-American voters. Number two, I said this, it was always Joe Biden's race to lose, and everyone else has been fighting for second place. And I also said this, loyal African-American voters are going to show up and they're going to display their loyalty to Joe Biden because Joe Biden has been loyal to them. And lo and behold, Elaine, I think I'm right.
All right. So
humility is a good value.
I know. In other words, I told you so, right? Okay. So let me ask you, though, Antoine. So is that it? Is a win a win? Or as we get more numbers in, is that something, though, that in all seriousness, because we saw what happened in the other early states, people are going to be still examining pretty closely here?
There are several things to look at from Joe Biden's victory tonight. Number one, he's moved up to second place in the delegate count. So that means, and we all know this is a game of numbers. Delegates are important. That means he's behind now Bernie Sanders for the number of delegates. Number two, I think he will end up having a very handsome victory tonight. And the strength of African-American voters is going to be important, setting a tone for those type of voters in Super Tuesday. And number three, I like to connect sports and politics together. The Golden State Warriors won their NBA championships. I don't remember, and I'm sure you do not remember either, the score, but all you know is they won the championship. So tonight, Joe Biden won his championship. This is the first time he's won a primary or a caucus. I think this is a reset moment for this campaign.
All right, you're right. I don't remember.
See? I told you so.
Okay. Oh, gosh, help me. Okay. Leslie.
It's been a long week, Elaine.
No, it hasn't.
It's been a long week.
Leslie,
very exciting.
Let me ask you, though, if you were the Trump campaign now, watching what has unfolded here, there was a question about how Joe Biden was going to perform. What are you thinking at this moment, seeing that he is now emerging victorious here in this state?
I think he dodged a significant threat, and he had to do this to keep the momentum going, to keep the campaign going at all.
I agree.
This was absolutely critical. But there's a lot of factors that have really proven to be effective, and trust, as Antoine has talked about, is really important. I think the global issues, if so many people made up their mind at the last minute, you got to wonder, and that's really what we're going to get to. Was it the threat of this kind of socialist taking over the Democratic Party, meaning Bernie Sanders? Or was it the global threat of, the coronavirus that has people thinking, wow, I don't want to destabilize this country anymore. I want a leadership I know, and that would be somebody like to work to Biden's favor. There's a lot of different confluence of events that are happening, real politique, and we're seeing what that really can transpire to. Going forward, the question is going to be how impactful was today? What kind of turnout did he get? And going into Super Tuesday, can Bernie Sanders hold that 25, 30% in all those 14 states? If he can do that, then you're really going to have a rough and tumble coming out of Super Tuesday.
So several things. If you look at the states Bernie have won, no disrespect to Bernie, 70% of Democratic primary voters essentially voted against him because he's been getting 30% or so. You have to keep that in mind. I think tonight's victory demonstrates that this election is about trust more so than a policy agenda. Number three, I think this uptick in fear about what could be down ballot carnage if we have a certain type of message or messenger at the top. I think you'll see that calcified, borrowing the word from my dear friend here, as we go on to states, particularly in the South, where you have to be pragmatic and centrist in order to have a chance at a 50-50 jump ball any day of the week.
Do you think that we could start to see now Senator Sanders' lead slip in other more diverse states?
I think we have to see how well he does with African-American voters and women, because those are going to be two very key constituencies going into Super Tuesday and for the third leg of the race. And remember, when we get back up north, Ohio, to the Rust Belt, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, white working class voters are going to be a key constituent. So will African American working class voters. And if Joe Biden can maintain strength in Super Tuesday and make his way up that way, that's always been Biden country. That's where Biden made his mark.
So, Leslie, let me go ahead and bring you in here to comment on the president tweeting earlier tonight saying, quote, "Sleepy Joe Biden's victory in the South Carolina Democrat primary should be the end of Mini Mike Bloomberg's joke of a campaign. After the worst debate performance in the history of presidential debates, Mini Mike now has Biden split up his very few voters, taking many away." So, would you expect, Leslie, the president to sort of shift his attacks now to Joe Biden? And could that be sort of the stamp of approval for some Democrats?
So we're looking for that, certainly. I was going to say Sleepy Joe Biden, but I didn't want to, preempt the president because, he is the president. Yes. But we could see that coming. Like, if you had to write this story out, you knew where that was going to be. He has an attack on that. The challenge with Bloomberg has always been the money. I mean, the deep pockets, the ability to run, $500 million worth of advertising. We still don't know the effect of that. If we could talk about from a political strategy perspective, you don't know what that kind of money is going to do. When people are looking for it, and he's going to make that case, tested, proven leadership in difficult times. Bloomberg can say, hey, wait a minute, I'm the person who has that. But let's talk about this. To beat somebody like Donald Trump, to beat an incumbent, you need an extremely tight, cohesive party. And how you're balancing this big pull to the left, the socialist effort to the left, and this fractured, in many ways ruptured, centrist vote within the Democratic Party, and I leave that to my colleague. That's the struggle that the Democratic Party is in.
We're still trying to figure out who we want to be when we grow up.
Is it about unity? What is it about?
Well, I think in the end it will be about unity, because I think everyone is singing from the same hymn note. We all want to defeat Donald Trump. I think that's the hymn that will come out of the Democratic Party choir. But I will say this. I think, Leslie, to your point earlier about times of crisis, people want to lean on what they know. And people know Joe. That's why he is demonstrating so much strength here in South Carolina. But I'll say to the Biden campaign, when you win, brag gently. When you lose, weep softly, because a victory tonight does not mean a victory every other night in this process.
I want to ask about another candidate, Antoine, someone we've talked about on previous nights, Senator Elizabeth Warren. She struggled in early voting states, and I wonder, do you think that beyond Super Tuesday, we will be seeing her continue?
I definitely, most of us can agree that this could be a strong sign of political life support for her. She needed to do well early on, because those were a real test of whether she can survive the long term. This process, as you know, is a marathon, not a sprint. Direction is always more important than speed. And in the words of Mike Tyson, peaking at the right time is so important. She has not done either one of those things. And so because we'll see what the numbers are among black and brown voters, if that trend does not do well, I don't know how she survives after post-Super Tuesday.
A really big part of that, and I think Antoine's really talking about that, where do we go from here? How is that looking for somebody like Elizabeth Warren, any of those states? So going into Super Tuesday, there's some big states, big Latino populations, minority, particularly California and Texas. Bernie Sanders has very strong grassroots operations, advertising, money, organization. You can't discount how effective that has been, and he really learned the lessons in 2016. But the rest of the states don't have the power of that, nor do they have the proclivity to pull that far left. So it's that quasi-national election that we're going to see Tuesday. That's why it's so critically important, is to see how that lays out and kind of test the temperature of not only minority voters, but kind of the centrist voters. Are they going to fall in line behind a Biden, or are they going to keep shopping?
All right, Leslie, Antoine, you told us so. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's bring in our CBS News 2020 campaign reporters, Lecrae Mitchell and Nicole Skanga. They have been out talking with voters in South Carolina today. Lecrae joins us from Columbia. She's at a Joe Biden party. Nicole is also in Columbia at an event for Tom Steyer. Welcome to you both. Lecrae, let me start with you. This is a big night for Joe Biden, propelled to victory with strong support from African-American voters. Tell us about how he tried to appeal in this state to voters of color.
I spoke with so many voters today who said Joe Biden is their guy. I'm with Joe. He's been there before. He has experience. He's been in the White House. And even just here tonight at his event, I had someone say, our signs here say Biden for South Carolina, but Biden is for the nation. And I want someone who's going to be for the nation. I've heard words used like sober and not a fire flame used to describe him today. A lot of black voters who went out to the polls here in South Carolina were casting their votes for him because they felt like he was the candidate who they could trust with experience to get the job done and to beat President Donald Trump.
Nicole, Tom Steyer invested heavily in South Carolina. With Joe Biden winning, what is the mood there now? What does it say for the future of the Steyer campaign?
Well, that's right, Elaine. Tom Steyer invested over $20 million in television and radio ads in South Carolina. He built an extensive ground game and field operation in the Palmetto State, and he has spent 23 days campaigning in the state since the launch of his campaign. The mood is still optimistic. Senior campaign officials here tell me that they're hoping for a second or third place finish. They see that as a win for Tom Steyer, who is yet to win a primary or caucus so far, and they say that a finish like that could give them a boost going into Super Tuesday. At this point, Steyer planning on competing in Super Tuesday states, catching a flight tonight, Elaine.
Well, both of you have some interesting reporting on Senator Elizabeth Warren. Let's listen to one of her supporters there in Columbia.
She worked with President Obama. She took on Wall Street, and she was successful, and she's a female.
So, Nicole, what are Senator Warren's supporters telling you?
Well, I spoke to one voter today at a poll station in Charleston, South Carolina, and she told me that she supported Elizabeth Warren because she followed her heart. She said she's not sure if Warren will be the eventual nominee, but she felt she was the most intelligent candidate in this crowded field of Democrats, Elaine. And moving forward, Senator Elizabeth Warren looking to win big in Super Tuesday, perhaps win her own state of Massachusetts, which, of course, we know Senator Bernie Sanders held a rally there today and attracted 13,000 people there. So she has some stiff competition between now and Super Tuesday. But her supporters here on the ground that ended up casting a ballot for her tell me that they did that because they love her as a candidate. They love her policy platforms. They love her clear and coherent vision for the country, despite, her inability to win in a caucus or primary thus far.
Well, Lecrae, you also spoke with some Warren supporters. What did they tell you about her electability?
I did, and as a matter of fact, the spot that we played before this was that of Mr. Neesmith. And I met him today at a Columbia precinct, and he told me that even though he doesn't think she's going to win the nomination, and he didn't think that she was going to win in South Carolina, he thought it was important to vote for her. And I asked him, why is it so important to vote for a woman? And he said, because the electorate needs to change. We need to see more women make up this electorate. And he said that he has a strong grandmother. And he cited that as being a reason that he knows the importance of putting a woman in positions of leadership. And so he said that his hope is that by him casting that ballot, other people will see that she does have support here in the state, even if that does not relate or end up being the nomination for her or even a win here. And something else to note, in terms of Senator Warren's ground game here in South Carolina, she made, 14, 15 visits here. And while she didn't have some of the big name endorsements like former Vice President Biden, like that of Majority Whip Jim Clyburn, she did have a ground game that had been here for a very long time. I know she had staffers on the ground here dating back to last March. And even though they stayed around the 40 or so mark with staffers, they were on the ground, they were holding different events, and at the end here, they've been definitely having surrogates like Representative Ayanna Pressley come to town and tell South Carolinians why they need to pay attention to her, because she's the person with the plan.
All right, on to Super Tuesday from here. Lecrae Mitchell and Nicole Skanga, thank you both very much. Coming up after a break, we'll have much more from South Carolina. You're streaming Red and Blue live from the Carolina Ale House in Charleston.
Obviously, we're still very happy about the win last night, and there was 7 good candidates in that race, and we're glad to have won the endorsement of the majority of the Republicans in the state of South Carolina. And as we reminded people last night, and we'll probably several times more, that the candidate that for the last 28 years that has won South Carolina has been the nominee of the party.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this. We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gail King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS Sunday Morning.
House Majority Whip Jim Clyburn gave Joe Biden a huge endorsement this week. The former vice president is expected to win the South Carolina primary, but is followed closely by Bernie Sanders and Tom Steyer. Earlier, our Caitlin Huey Burns spoke to the congressman in Columbia. And we'll try to get that for you later in the evening. We're going to take a quick break. More from South Carolina when we come back. Stay with us. You're streaming a special edition of Red and Blue live from the Carolina Ale House in Charleston.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments.
There's so many levels to this. We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
Face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS Sunday Morning.
Every Sunday night at 8 on CBSN. Stop the noise.
My moral compass, my politics, and my worldview comes from the internet.
And turn the world.
If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
Right side up.
Who here believes in evolution?
Chaos meets clarity in eye-opening original documentaries anywhere you want to see them. Sunday nights at 8, only on CBSN.
Understanding the world begins with the right questions.
Do you trust Kim Jong-un?
Doesn't the blame reside with Jewel? Is it now our top terrorist threat?
With the right people.
So you have forgiven.
I have now.
Right here.
Check this out.
More news.
I'm Tony DeCopel with CBS News.
More original reporting.
It puts everything in perspective.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Every morning on CBS This Morning.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
The world's largest rainforest is on fire.
The present position is we have to develop the Amazon.
Many of the financial actors that are investing in the companies involved in deforestation, as well as the purchasers of the products, are based in the US and in Europe.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
CBS This Morning.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
More news every morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very, very serious situation.
CBS This Morning.
Every Sunday night at 8 on CBSN. Stop the noise.
My moral compass, my politics, and my worldview comes from the internet.
And turn the world
If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
right side up.
Who here believes in evolution?
Chaos meets clarity in eye-opening original documentaries anywhere you want to see them. Sunday nights at 8, only on CBS. Every Sunday night at 8 on CBSN. Stop the noise.
My moral compass, my politics, and my worldview comes from the internet.
And turn the world
If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
right side up.
Who here believes in evolution?
Chaos meets clarity in eye-opening original documentaries anywhere you want to see them. Sunday nights at 8, only on CBSN.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano, live from the Carolina Ale House in Charleston. CBS News is projecting Joe Biden will win the South Carolina Democratic primary. This is the former vice president's first win in the Democratic primary race. Here's how he did it. 60% of black voters in the state voted for Biden. He also won more than half of voters over age 65 and moderates. Electability was also a strong consideration for Biden voters. Let's bring in our team in the Palmetto State, CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey Burns, CBS News political analyst and Republican strategist Leslie Sanchez, CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist Antoine Seawright, and CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist Linda Tran. And for our viewers at home, if you haven't figured out, we're outside. Those are sirens. So welcome, all of you. Caitlin, first, let me start with you. How is the Biden team reacting to the victory?
Well, I think happy would be an understatement. This is a night that the Biden team has been preparing for the entire campaign. They suffered losses in Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, but they were hoping to come to South Carolina and to be able to prove not only that they could win, but that they could build a coalition that looked like the Democratic party. Black voters make up 60% of voters here, Democrats here in South Carolina. They're hoping to show this coalition going into Super Tuesday, which is right around the corner. The Biden campaign has you've seen Biden come to South Carolina and act kind of like a different candidate than we've seen him in past states and other early states. He comes to South Carolina and it often feels like a homecoming of sorts. He's much more energized. The crowd often reacts to him in a very empathetic way, and they're really endeared to him. I was talking to a woman here at Biden's headquarters who had voted for Biden. She never considered any other candidate, and she wanted to make sure that she could contribute to helping him boost through the rest of the primary. So the Biden campaign is very happy about these results, and they think that this gives them a leg up heading into those Super Tuesday contests.
Antoine, what does a victory in South Carolina mean for Joe Biden's campaign?
It sets the tone for this process going forward. You know, I've been very clear, and I said this in 2017, the road to heaven and the White House runs through South Carolina. You cannot be the Democratic nominee without a strong coalition centered around African-American voters. The voter turnout today displayed that for Vice President Biden. I definitely think that's going to send a strong message into Super Tuesday states is not just a win, it's how you win. If you look at the several constituencies and the way Biden won, I think that will help him in terms of galvanizing and energizing those voters onto Super Tuesday and beyond. He had a very handsome victory tonight, and you can credit that to a very high-tech and high-touch campaign on the ground.
Linda, as we wait for additional numbers here, how much will the margin actually matter for Joe Biden?
Well, we've talked about before that it wouldn't have been enough, in my opinion, for him simply to win, especially because of the expectations that his own campaign had set around South Carolina. But the larger the margin, the greater the crowing rights. And that is something that I think that he has earned, if that turns out to be the case and the numbers bear that out. I also think it's important to note that while the legacy of Barack Obama, as we saw from the exit poll showed, were a factor in the decisions that people made, Joe Biden has long had a relationship with South Carolina. He was very close to the late Senator Fritz Hollings. Of course, he has a deep and personal relationship with Whip Clyburn. And so this is a community, and these are voters who have known Joe Biden for an extraordinarily long time, and they're simply showing their love for him today.
There's one thing that we all can agree on about tonight's victory for Joe Biden. Durability is the word. He's been able to take a licking and keep on ticking through all this, from the Republicans, from the Democrats. He's been able to recenter himself, as we say in yoga, and I think that's critically important, considering that we know the Republicans are going to be full blast attacking him every step of the way. And then to the point about how you win, delegates. That's the name of this game. 1,990 delegates is the measuring point. He is now in second place. That gives him momentum to collect more delegates, I think, Super Tuesday.
Namaste.
I know. Right. Antoine really does do yoga every day.
This is a really important point about the delegates, because unlike the first three states that we've been talking about and visiting and doing our road shows from, South Carolina has many more delegates to deliver. And so if Joe Biden drives up the margin significantly tonight, there is a scenario where he might end up pretty much pulling even with Bernie Sanders.
58 delegates at stake tonight.
It's something that is so important to keep in mind. But Leslie, let me turn to you. President Trump has talked about appearing at least to want a one-on-one battle with Senator Bernie Sanders. What does a victory for Joe Biden tonight here in South Carolina mean? Is it perhaps now looking like Biden may be a more formidable opponent?
I think it's too soon to say that. He was on life support 24 hours ago, and actually earlier in the week, had it not been for Whip Clyburn's endorsement. Let's not discount that at all. The impact and significance of rallying, a true leader in this state, and nationally, to come forward and say, okay, I've made my decision. Even though many people felt it wasn't a surprise, it activated a group of voters who were sitting on their hands to wait to see the direction of the country. That is pivotal. With respect to Trump, so the big high point the president's writing on is the strong economy, right? And now that we're kind of wavering, and which could just be a temporary setback in the markets, and we're very hopeful it is, that's going to change the dynamic right now. What's really fascinating is where this lands us in Super Tuesday. Do people start coalescing and say, wow, let's go back to tried and true establishment favored candidate like a Joe Biden, or do we still kind of look around for dramatic reforms, break up the entire system with a Bernie Sanders? How those two are going to connect, we don't really know. But I think that's really going to be the question. For the Trump campaign, they're going to keep moving, talking about the advantages, and they're going to be aggressive with African-American voters. People may think it's a very small effort, the criminal justice reform, some of these things with historically black colleges. But if you're talking about 9%, 9 is traditionally what Republicans get. If you can just, kind of eat away at smaller percentages in competitive states and some of these rural counties, the president wants to be aggressively competitive, and he's going to stay on track.
Caitlin, let me turn to you. Antoine touched on this a moment ago, but taking a look again at how Joe Biden won. So he won a majority of black voters, voters over 65, and moderates. How critical are those constituencies going to be in these upcoming states? Is this something that's maybe specific to South Carolina?
No, this is a critical constituency across the next round of states on Super Tuesday and beyond. Democrats always say that you cannot secure the nomination without the support among black voters. Well, Joe Biden was able to demonstrate that tonight, and that's why his campaign feels like this gives him a boost heading into Super Tuesday. Think about some of the states that we're going to be talking about in a couple of days on Super Tuesday. California, Texas, big, diverse states. where you need a broad coalition of support, but also states like Alabama, southern states where the black vote will be critical for these candidates. So that's where Joe Biden sees the inroads to this nomination. Can also say that the reason that Joe Biden needed this win tonight and needs a big win coming out of South Carolina is because it can give him a credential that he hasn't had yet as the presumed frontrunner coming into this race, which is a winner. He can now say that he's able to actually win. And that's why you hear the crowd here very excited. The campaign is excited about this victory. They expect that money will come from this, that endorsements will come from this. I should note that former Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe has now announced that he is supporting Joe Biden. Virginia votes on Super Tuesday, and momentum. So that's those are the kinds of things that you get from winning in South Carolina on a night like this, and especially if the margins between him and the second place finisher are large.
Antoine?
You know, while we're celebrating what Joe Biden was able to accomplish, we cannot ignore Bernie Sanders' potential momentum that he will have on Super Tuesday. And California and some other states, he is leading in some of the polls. And I think the Biden campaign have to be very strategic and be very mindful about the reality is he has money. So does Mayor Bloomberg, and they're spending their resources, and several states are already early voting ahead of Tuesday, including North Carolina, Texas, California, Minnesota, and Virginia. And so I think we have to all put this in perspective. While this has been a great night, and it will be a great night for the Biden campaign, they have to make sure that this turns into many more great nights if they want to take back that temporary public housing unit called the White House.
So, Antoine, speaking of black voters, so 55% of black voters say Joe Biden best understands racial minorities. What does that signal to you about future races?
It signals to me that this election is a trust election, and black voters in particular have demonstrated you do not have to look like me to represent my issues. If I trust you to represent my issues, and I know you will deliver on them, I will deliver my vote for you. And because of Joe Biden's depth and width of relationships in the African-American community for generations, that has paid short-term dividends tonight, and I believe it will pay long-term dividends for him in days to come.
Leslie, let's talk about health care. That was the #1 concern of South Carolina Democratic voters. Among those voters worried about health care, their candidate was overwhelmingly Joe Biden. What does that tell us about Senator Sanders' message when it comes to Medicare for all? Or is it not necessarily here in South Carolina, something that you can accurately gauge given the composition of the electorate?
It's critical. And a lot of that had to do with this week's CBS debate when Mayor Pete was basically talking about, you're talking about removing 149 million people from their private health insurance to a public option, which that frightens a lot of people. And somebody with trusted experience on this, remember, do you want to repeal and replace what Republicans were talking about, or just repeal completely? When you start talking about people's health care or an entitlement that people are getting used to, they're going to be very skeptical about what the new approach is. And many are very skeptical about the quality of care and access to care that they'd be given, not to mention the doctors and just other external costs. So people, especially in a population, you have a lot more retirees in a state like this, and just anywhere across the country where older voters, and older is kind of a relative term, are thinking about seasoned voters, are thinking about, and this is the sandwich generation, right? You have so many people, whether it's millennials or kind of younger voters who are still on their parents' plans thanks to the Affordable Care Act, or people that are sandwiched taking care of their aging parents and wondering how to pay for these costs. This is going to remain a critical issue, and throwing the whole system out is something that jeopardizes stability.
Linda, Senator Sanders won first-time primary voters, but only by 1%. Joe Biden dominated among returning primary voters. What does that indicate about Senator Sanders' ability to turn out new voters?
Well, so this has been a centerpiece of Senator Sanders' strategy, and what his campaign has been saying is the key to him being the most, quote, electable against Donald Trump. The idea that his campaign, his vision, his message would grow the pie among the Democratic electorate. And so far, far, in every single competition that we've seen in the first four, that has not been the case. Now, he's always had this very strong core of supporters everywhere we go, and those people are very vocal. But let us not forget that when you tally all of the support for the moderate, quote-unquote, moderate candidates, that is far outstripping the support that Bernie Sanders has had. This is why we keep talking about when will the field winnow, because I think you would see a much, much different narrative, a much different outcome if there were not so many candidates vying for that lane. All that said, that main pillar of his strategy has so far not played out.
Antoine, what's next now for the Biden campaign? We're heading into Super Tuesday now. Where does he now kind of focus his attention, given what's at stake on Tuesday?
Well, I think they have to recalibrate. I think they're going to have to think about what the next level and what the next phase of their strategy means and who the targets are. Keep in mind, there's no window to really do any hardcore campaigning.
Just hours away now.
And so it's all about a really high-tech standpoint, from a digital, TV, radio, texting. That's how you're going to do it. Money is going to be a big factor. I think he's going to have to really ramp up his fundraising efforts. And number three, I think they're going to have to figure out how to make this race consolidate. The more moderate candidates stay in this race as we go further into this race, I think the more it causes political harm to the VP. I think consolidation will be very important for the Biden campaign going into the next several legs of this race.
And without consolidation, or let's just say Sanders does really well, California and Texas, and he's going in past Super Tuesday with 30% or so of the delegates, maybe even taking 35%. That's a really dramatic thing to have to remove or suppress that amount of support going into convention. I think you're going to have a very difficult time, because now you've got basically, like we've talked about, this quasi-national election happening Tuesday, and that's solidifying more of where the base of the Democratic Party is.
So, Linda, we know that 56% of primary voters said Representative Clyburn's endorsement was an important factor in their vote. Do you think we'll be seeing more lawmakers come out now and make their endorsements as we get closer here to Super Tuesday?
Well, I think it's been one of the interesting notes about this particular cycle. We often talk about the fact that endorsements don't always matter. There are some key historic exceptions to that. For example, when Colin Powell endorsed Barack Obama. But for the most part, it doesn't usually have an impact. Here in South Carolina, I think, Whip Clyburn, as an organizer himself, has a different kind of imprimatur when he throws his weight behind someone. But I think that is also true in other places. It is worth noting that Tim Kaine and Terry McAuliffe, as Caitlin was saying, came out in support of Vice President Joe Biden. And those are popular individuals who are still well regarded. Of course, Senator Tim Kaine is still representing the Commonwealth of Virginia, and he's the kind of person that people do pay attention to. So I do think that this cycle, endorsements matter maybe more than they ever have before.
Yeah, because there's so much noise and people want to hear the lyrics. There's so much noise and people want to hear the lyrics. So when you think about what a Congressional Black Caucus member endorsement means for validation purposes for a Joe Biden, it means everything, because African Americans, our history has always been we turn to our leaders for tough times when we need guidance and advice. That's why the African American church is so influential in Democratic politics and black politics in particular. So look for those endorsements to ramp up. Look for Jim Clyburn to be a top surrogate for this campaign going into states Super Tuesday and beyond. And also look for some familiar voices who may not be political voices, but everyday voices, people in movies and radio and TV and so forth. Look for them to step up to the plate, because I think people realize how high the stakes are.
All right. Caitlin Huey Burns, Leslie Sanchez, Antoine C. Wright, and Linda Tran, thank you. Let's bring in CBS News Elections and Surveys Director Anthony Salvanto at the Decision Desk. So, Anthony, what can you tell us about how Saturday's primary went down?
How you doing, Elaine? Well, look at this map behind me. Now, it's not a lot of the vote in, just 15% in. Every county where Joe Biden is leading is lit up in yellow, and you see a lot of yellow. That means that he's doing well. At the moment, his lead is 53-16 over Sanders. Our exit poll estimates have it a little bit tighter than that. Might not end up there, but the point is, it looks like it's shaping up to be a big win. The next thing we're going to start tallying up, Elaine, is delegates. That's what's all important out of this. Now, so far, you're going to see Joe Biden getting at least 15, 16, maybe more delegates. As this count rolls on, we're going to keep adding to his total, I suspect. We're going to see if any of these other candidates can crack that magic 15% threshold that the Democratic Party sets to award delegates. And then at the end of the night, we're going to see how much of a dent that Joe Biden is going to put into Bernie Sanders' overall delegate lead. It looks like it's going to be a big one, Elaine.
Right, that's such a key question. All right, and Anthony, for our viewers, can you explain how we projected the former vice president as the winner so quickly?
Yeah, you noticed because not a lot of races do get projected that quickly. What happens here, as in many states, is that we send exit poll interviewers all over the state to a representative sample of precincts where people are voting in the north and south, east, west, everywhere, every kind of precinct. And they talk to voters as they're leaving the polling places and ask a few questions about what's on their mind, but then most importantly, who did you just vote for? Well, they relay that data back to us at the decision desk, and we look at it and we compare it against demographics, against past voting patterns, and we look at the regions of the state. And what you saw here tonight was a consistent pattern that really looks like this big map that's all lit up for Joe Biden, which is to say that voters all over the state were giving Joe Biden their ballots in big, big numbers. So with that, we can have confidence that once the polls close, we can tell you we project, and that's a forward-looking statement, that when all the votes are counted, it'll be Joe Biden coming up on top.
All right, we'll let you get back to the numbers. Anthony Salvanto for us. Anthony, thank you. Coming up after a break, we'll have more from South Carolina. You're streaming Red and Blue live from the Carolina Ale House in Charleston.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again.
On CBS Sunday Morning.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Lana Zak. House Majority Whip Jim Clyburn gave Joe Biden a huge endorsement this week. The vice president is expected to win the South Carolina primary, followed by Bernie Sanders and Tom Steyer. Earlier, our Caitlin Huey-Burns spoke to the congressman.
You mentioned Bernie Sanders. He was here for a few days. He is considered the frontrunner after winning New Hampshire and Nevada. Poised to do well in some of these Super Tuesday states. Are you concerned about his rise, and do you see South Carolina as a way to kind of blunt any momentum that he has?
I'm not trying to blunt his momentum. Okay. I'm trying to create momentum for Joe Biden. To me, I can live with Bernie Sanders. I would much rather live with Joe Biden. And so I just think that what I'm looking for in a candidate and in the president is all wrapped up into Joe Biden. I think he has the compassion. I think he has the temperament. I think he has the background and the experiences that are necessary to have a successful presidency. And there's more of that in Joe Biden and any of the other candidates.
You said you can live with Bernie Sanders
Sure.
at the top of the ticket. Nancy Pelosi said a similar thing. But I'm thinking of some of the big congressional districts here in South Carolina, Joe Cunningham, for example. Do you think those kinds of candidates in these battleground districts would be concerned with having Bernie Sanders at the top of the ticket?
They are, and they've told me that. I've talked to Joe Cunningham. Yes, that's the way he feels. But I've talked to about 20 other Democratic Congress people who feel the same way. And so I'm not taking that away. I can live with him at the top of the ticket. A lot of these Congress people tell me it would be very difficult for them.
Do you think the Democratic Party underestimated Bernie Sanders heading into this? Do you think people underestimated how well he might do in this primary?
No, I don't think anybody gave much attention to that. Remember, he ran before 4 years ago, so it wasn't a question of underestimating. I think that people knew they'd had a bunch of followers. I think that what did happen in this campaign is that a lot of people thought when Joe Biden announced, and these numbers were so great, everybody just thought that all he had to do was live through the process. Nobody, I don't think, was ready for things to happen the way they are.
I want to ask you about someone who's not competing here today, and that's Michael Bloomberg. He's kind of putting it all in those Super Tuesday states. What do you make of his candidacy, especially after you've seen him in 2 debates so far?
Well, his candidacy came about because he was on the sidelines observing. I happen to know that he was a supporter of Joe Biden. And when those good person approaches got misconstrued as weakness, he saw a weakness in his candidacy, that is Joe Biden's candidacy, and I think that's why he jumped in. I think Michael Bloomberg got in because of that. Then, of course, what he didn't factor in was how much he was not prepared for this new environment. So he, by and large, became victim of the same stuff that he was reacting to. He's now finding out that Joe wasn't being weak. He was just being good old Joe. Well, I think that we'll see whether or not he recovers in time.
To them.
CBS News 2020 campaign reporter Bo Erickson right there. He's been following the Biden campaign, and he joins me now from Columbia, South Carolina. Hey, Bo, as you just heard, Congressman Clyburn's endorsement made a huge difference among South Carolina voters. But that obviously won't carry as much weight in Super Tuesday. So I'm wondering, is the Biden campaign looking to keep a focus on high-profile endorsements as their strategy moving forward?
That's exactly right. And we may hear from Whip Clyburn tonight, I'm told, at this event. Another little bit of good news for us waiting around for Joe Biden. I'm told that he is in the building with his wife, Dr. Jill. But if any events, like the hundreds I've been to since he started his campaign, are in any indication, we still may be waiting around for just a little while longer. But they are putting a focus on those endorsements as we go to these next couple of states. They're going to Alabama tomorrow, where Senator Doug Jones is starting his has already endorsed Joe Biden, along with Congresswoman Terry Sewell. We may see them on the campaign trail as well. And then they're going to Virginia as well. Senator Tim Kaine just endorsed Joe Biden, along with former Governor Terry McAuliffe, who endorsed Joe Biden tonight. This goes into the overarching strategy going forward over the next couple days, where the campaign says they are targeting African-American voters, states with large percentage of African-American voters, and also states with a high women voter turnout, especially women over 40, sources tell me.
Well, that's very interesting. And Bo, Biden has also run for president 3 times, and this is the first time he's ever won a primary state. What does this mean for the Biden campaign?
Well, they're obviously very excited. There were some long faces in Iowa and New Hampshire that I saw after those disappointing finishes there. But this was kind of all sort of in the plan for Joe Biden's campaign. They obviously did not think they're going to do as poorly in those first couple of states, but they were hopeful that when they got to what they considered their base, African-American voters, that there would be more success coming through. Now, looking forward, it is yet to be seen if Joe Biden can have that same base of support with African-American voters, because we have to remember, in South Carolina, he has been coming here for almost 50 years since he's been elected as senator. He talks about joining up with Senator Fritz Hollings here, and so he has institutional support. We hear over and over again that President Barack Obama's connection is why Joe Biden is popular here. I was told over and over again for the past couple months that Joe Biden was coming here long before President Barack Obama ever stepped foot in South Carolina. And there's one little bit of reporting that I wanted to add. While Joe Biden's campaign does not have as many boots on the ground in the Super Tuesday states as some other of their rivals, most notably Michael Bloomberg and Senator Bernie Sanders, what they do have going for them is their super PAC support, which obviously they're not affiliated with, but they have that money pumping onto the airwaves here. And I was just told that they will be targeting several different states, 7 states to be specific, in 22 markets with $1.5 million spent on mostly radio and digital ads. They are targeting African-American voters on urban radio as well, and also, once again, women over 42.
It's an interesting strategy, Bo, and as you mentioned, Biden placed 4th in Iowa and 5th in New Hampshire, and then a distant 2nd in Nevada. All of those states are competitive states in a general election. They're all purple, but in the case of South Carolina, it's been pretty consistently red. So I'm wondering how much the win here is actually going to translate into a win in the general election, and how much the Biden campaign is hoping that this will all turn their tides.
They're obviously hoping this will turn their tides. Now, they have not quite said yet how this could help them in the general election. I think they're trying to just get past Tuesday right now, and maybe a couple days after, and just a couple days after that. But the electability argument that they've been trying to push since last May, they've always said that that electability argument is in the competitive states in the general election, the ones that you mentioned, and not so necessarily here. Now they will be making the case that they are the most electable to beat Trump because they have the base of that Democratic Party, black voters.
And Bo, one last question for you. You've been spending all this time with the Biden campaign. I'm wondering who from the very beginning, who do the staffers that you're speaking with see as their biggest competition heading now into Super Tuesday?
Obviously, Bernie Sanders, they are maybe sometimes trying to position themselves as not the Bernie Sanders candidate, but when we think maybe back to the Republican primary in 2016, that didn't quite fare well for those Republican members going against President Donald Trump. So they haven't really been messaging on that, but they're definitely looking at Senator Bernie Sanders' wins in other places, and they're trying to counter him on the stump speech. The person that Joe Biden constantly goes after here in South Carolina, in Nevada, is Senator Bernie Sanders. Number one, on health care. He thinks Medicare for all, no go. He wants to have Barack Obama's back with health care. And the second is guns. We'll continue to hear more on Senator Bernie Sanders' record on guns from Joe Biden.
And Bo, as you're mentioning Bernie Sanders, we understand that he is speaking. So, Bo Erickson, thank you very much. We want to listen in.
And I believe very strongly that the people of this country on Super Tuesday and after are going to support our campaign because we are more than a campaign, we are a movement. We are a multi-generational movement. I'm the young person. We got some old people too. We are a multi-racial movement. And we are a movement of millions of people who demand economic justice in this country, demand social justice and the end of racism and all forms of discrimination, and who demand environmental justice as well. We are a movement of millions of people who are sick and tired of the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality in America. We are tired of a handful of billionaires controlling the economic and political life of this nation. And we will create an economy and a government that work for all of us, not just the 1%. And that is what this campaign is about. This campaign understands that in order to defeat Donald Trump, and we have to be very clear about it, can't mince words about it. In order to defeat Trump, we are going to need the largest voter turnout in the history of this country. And in my view, old-fashioned politics, the same old type of politics that doesn't excite anybody, that doesn't energize anybody, that is not going to be the campaign that beats Trump. In order to beat Trump, what we are going to have to do is speak to millions of working class people who today are working 2 or 3 jobs. They're worried about their kids. They're worried about their retirement. They can't afford health care. And they are saying, who cares about me? Who is worried about me? I've seen candidates run to billionaires' homes to raise money. Is anybody worried about me and my kids? And our job together is to reach out to those working people and say, you know what? We do care about you. Join us. Come on into our movement. And then we've got to reach out to the young people in this country. The young people in America today, and I'm proud to say this, they are the most progressive generation of young people in the history of this country. This is a generation that is strongly anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-homophobia, anti-religious bigotry. This is a generation that believes in the need to deal with the crisis of climate change. But this is also a generation that does not vote in the numbers that they need to vote. So our job, if we are going to beat Trump, is to say to those millions of young people, if you can't afford to go to college or you're leaving school deeply in debt, join us. If you are worried about the future of this planet and climate change, join us. If you are earning less money, as the younger generation is, than your parents, and you think you are entitled to a decent standard of living, join us. If you're sick and tired of trying to pay off your student debt, join us. So our job is to grow the voter turnout in America. I can't do it alone. I need every one of you to reach out to your friends. And when your friends moan and groan about this and they moan and groan about that, tell them complaining is not good enough. They've got to get into the political process, stand up and fight for justice. Now, in case you haven't noticed, the political and economic establishment of this country, they're getting very nervous about our campaign. Just read an article the other day that the lobbyists for the military-industrial complex, they're very worried. They're worried that we may not continue spending more money on the military than the next 11 countries combined. They are worried that we're not going to allow military contractors to give us massive cost overruns. And they're very worried that we are not going to be involved in endless wars. And they are right to be worried. And it turns out the folks on Wall Street are getting worried as well. And they're worried that we're going to break up these very large banks that got us into an economic crisis 12 years ago. And you know what? They should be worried. And the drug companies, man, they are really worried. Because we are catching on to the reality that they are ripping off the American people in an unseemly way. That in some cases they are charging us 10 times more for the same exact drugs that they sell in other countries. And the insurance companies are getting just a little bit nervous. Because we are going to end the absurdity of the United States being the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right. Now, what the establishment is saying, what the lobbyists are saying and the political pundits are saying, everybody's saying, oh, Bernie Sanders can't beat Trump. Well, to those folks, I would suggest take a look at the last 70 national polls. Because we beat Trump 65 out of those 70 polls. Take a look at recent polls in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and other battleground states. We beat Trump. And we're going to beat Trump here in Virginia as well. And the reason that we are going to win is twofold. Number one, we have the strongest grassroots movement of any campaign in the modern history of this country. Our campaign has already knocked on millions of doors from Maine to California. And second of all, our grassroots campaign does not have a super PAC, and we don't want a super PAC. Because when you start taking money from billionaires and millionaires, what you end up doing is serving their needs. Our campaign, and I want everybody here to be really proud of this, we have received more campaign contributions from more Americans as of today than any campaign in the history of American politics. Our campaign receives its funding from the working class and middle class of this country. And we are proud to say, and I say this as a son of the American working class, This is a campaign of the working class, by the working class, and for the working class. For too long, the American people have looked at a government which receives candidates and members of the Senate and House who receive huge amounts of campaign contributions from the rich. And the result of that is we have not raised the minimum wage for 10 years, but we've given huge tax breaks to billionaires. The result of that is we have not dealt in any effective way with climate change, but we've given tens of billions of dollars in subsidies and tax breaks to the fossil fuel industry. It is time for a change. It is time to end corporate welfare in America. It is time to start paying attention to the working families of this country. And that is what our campaign is about. Our campaign says that if you're working 40 hours a week in America, you should not be living in poverty. We're going to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Our campaign says that women should not be earning 80 cents on the dollar compared to men. We believe in equal pay for equal work. And our campaign believes that at a time when millions of workers want to join unions, we should make it easier, not harder, for those workers to join unions. And our campaign believes that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, our infrastructure should not be crumbling. People are entitled to good roads, good public transportation, a first-class rail system. And at a time when 500,000 people are homeless tonight, we can build 10 million units of low-income and affordable housing. What our campaign is about is asking people to think outside of the box and to ask questions that are not asked on television or in Congress. Questions like everybody here knows that education is so very important to all of us, to our place in the world, and to our ability to make it into the middle class. And yet, in the wealthiest country on earth, we have an educational system that is failing working families from coast to coast. And that is why we believe in universal, high-quality, affordable child care. Why we're going to triple funding for low-income Title I schools so that all kids, regardless of the zip code in which they live, get a quality education. And because we believe in education, we believe in teachers. Which is why we're going to fight to make sure that no teacher in America earns less than $60,000 a year. Which is why when we believe in education, we understand that we have got to rethink public education in America. It's no longer good enough for free public education to go from K through 12. We got to make public colleges and universities tuition free. And when we think outside of the box, we ask some questions. We say, how come 12 years ago Congress was able to bail out the crooks on Wall Street who nearly destroyed our economy? How come at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, 2 years ago, Trump and his friends gave $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1% and large corporations like Amazon, which last year didn't pay a nickel in federal income tax? So it seems to me that if we can give tax breaks to billionaires and large corporations, you know what else we can do? We can cancel all student debt in America. And when we begin to think outside of the box and we ask questions that members of Congress don't, we ask a simple question. How does it happen that America today is the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right? How come we spend twice as much per person on health care as do the people of any other country, and yet we got 87 million Americans uninsured or underinsured? How come we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs? How does it happen that in America last year, at least, and this is a conservative number, at least 30,000 people died because they didn't get to a doctor when they should have because they had no health insurance? 30,000 people. And when you want to think about a cruel healthcare system, ask yourself, how does it happen that last year 500,000 people went bankrupt because of medically related debt? You know what that means? That means there are people all over this country who are struggling with cancer, with heart disease, with Alzheimer's, with other terrible diseases. They are fighting for their lives, and they go bankrupt because they cannot afford to pay outrageous medical bills. This is a cruel system. It is an incredibly wasteful and bureaucratic system, and it is a system that needs to change. Well over 100 years ago, when Teddy Roosevelt was president of the United States, all the way up to Barack Obama, presidents have talked about the need for universal health care. Well, in my view, the time for talk is over. The time for action is now. Let us stand together and tell the drug companies and the insurance companies that we will not tolerate them making $100 billion in profits when so many are uninsured and underinsured. Whether they like it or not, we will move to a Medicare for all single-payer program. And when we talk about the major issues facing this country, we cannot ignore the existential crisis of climate change. Now, I wish I could tell you, don't worry about it, we'll build a few more solar panels here and a few more wind turbines there, but that would not be honest. What the scientists are now telling us is that the climate change crisis is much worse than they had previously anticipated. Polar ice caps are melting at a faster rate. Oceans are warming at a faster rate. Seas are rising at a faster rate. We are seeing more drought, more extreme weather disturbances. And what the United Nations is telling us is that if we don't get our act together by the end of the century, there will be hundreds of millions of climate refugees. People no longer able to stay in their communities because there's no water to drink, no land to grow their crops. Now is the time to tell the fossil fuel industry that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of this planet. Now is the time to move forward with a Green New Deal. A Green New Deal that will create up to 20 million good-paying jobs as we transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. And when we talk about issues that have got to be dealt with, it cannot be swept under the rug. We have got to acknowledge that today we have a broken and racist criminal justice system. This is America. We should not have more people in jail than any other country on earth, including China. What we will do together is invest heavily in job training and education for our young people, not more jails and incarceration. It costs less money to send a young person to the University of Virginia than to put them in jail. Let's send them to the University of Virginia. Together, we're going to end private prisons and detention centers. Because we don't believe that corporations should make profits locking up fellow Americans. And I'll tell you what else we're going to do. We're going to end the so-called war on drugs. Turns out, who knew this, but it turns out that through executive order, a president can legalize marijuana in every state in this country. But in addition to making marijuana legal in all the states, what we have got to do is expunge the records of those arrested for marijuana. And when we talk about broken systems, we need to undertake major reform of our immigration system. On day one, we will restore the legal status of the 1.8 million young people eligible for DACA. Under our administration, federal agents will never go about snatching babies from the arms of their mothers. And our administration will put together bipartisan legislation for comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship. And when we talk about the issues that the American people are thinking about, there is horror all over this country about the level of gun violence that we see. So let me simply say this to you. We will bring about the most far-reaching gun safety legislation in the history of this country. Trump and the Republican leadership are intimidated by the NRA. Our administration will not be intimidated by the NRA. We will bring about universal background checks. We will end the gun show loophole. And we will do something that should have been done a long time ago, ban the sale and distribution of assault weapons in this country. Now, as a United States Senator, I have occasion to listen to a lot of speeches on the floor of the Senate from my right-wing Republican colleagues. And their mantra is that they believe in small government and getting the government off the backs of the American people. That's what they say. Well, I say to those hypocrites that if you believe in getting the government off the backs of the American people, understand that it is women who have a right to control their own bodies. Not the government. So to my right-wing Republican colleagues, don't tell me you believe in getting the government off the backs of the American people when you are telling every woman in America what she can or cannot do with her body. On Tuesday, here in Virginia and across this country, there are going to be enormously important primary elections. And I am here tonight to ask for your support. I am here tonight to ask you to bring your friends and family and colleagues to vote. We have got to change the political culture and mindset in this nation. We cannot continue to have the lowest voter turnout of almost any major country on earth. We need to have the highest voter turnout. We cannot sit back and complain. We have got to get active and vote. Now, if we can win here in Virginia, and with your help, I think we can, we stand a great chance to win the Democratic nomination. And if we win the Democratic nomination, we sure as heck, we're going to beat Donald Trump and beat him badly. Let me interrupt you and suggest that it's not Bernie, it is us, all of us. Because as you know, what this campaign is about is us, not me. Because we are trying to change a nation so that all of us understand we are in it together. Every family in America, trust me, has its problems. And it is important that my family be there for your family be there for my family. We are in it together. We cannot turn our backs when other people are in pain. But us, not me, means something else. It means that we understand that no president alone can do what has to be done. We understand that real change in American history, whether it is the labor movement, the civil rights movement, the women's movement, the gay rights movement, the environmental movement, all those changes took place by millions of people standing up for justice. And that's where we are right now. We are the richest country in the history of the world, and we demand justice for all of our people. And whether Wall Street likes it or not, whether the insurance companies, the drug companies, the fossil fuel industry, the military-industrial complex, whoever, whether they like it or not, we are going to create an economy and a government that works for all of us, not just the 1%. So let us go forward together. Let's win on Tuesday. Let us win the Democratic nomination. Let us defeat Trump. Let us transform this country. Thank you all very much.
You've been watching Senator Bernie Sanders speak to supporters in Virginia. We want to take you now to Columbia, South Carolina, where former Vice President Joe Biden started speaking just moments ago. Let's watch.
Take nothing less than the suffering best. Do not obey, you must be forsaken if you can pass the test. Just move on up to a greater day. With just a little faith, if you put your mind to it, you can surely do it.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, South Carolina. And my buddy Jim Clyburn, you brought me back. It's a man of enormous integrity. For all of those who've been knocked down, counted out, left behind, this is your campaign. Just days ago, the press and the pundits had declared this candidacy dead. Now, thanks to all of you, the heart of the Democratic Party, we just won, and we've won big because of you. And we are very much alive. I told you all that you could launch a candidacy. You launched Bill Clinton, Barack Obama to the presidency. Now you launched our campaign on the path to defeating Donald Trump. This campaign is taken off. So join us. Go to JoeBiden.com, sign up, volunteer, contribute if you can, but we need you, we want you, and there's a place for you in this campaign. Folks, as we celebrate tonight here in Columbia, let me talk directly to Democrats across America, especially those who will be voting on Super Tuesday. This is the moment to choose the path forward for our party. This is the moment, and it's arrived. Maybe sooner than anyone guessed it would, but it's here. And the decisions Democrats make all across America in the next few days will determine what this party stands for, what we believe, and what will get done. If Democrats nominate me, I believe we can beat Donald Trump. Keep Nancy Pelosi in the House of Representatives as Speaker, and take back the United States Senate. So join us. My fellow Democrats across America, join us. If Democrats want to nominate someone who will build on Obamacare, not scrap it, take on the NRA and gun manufacturers, not protect them. Stand up and give the poor a fighting chance and the middle class get restored, not raise their taxes and keep the promises we make. Then join us. And if the Democrats want a nominee who's a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat, a proud Democrat, an Obama-Biden Democrat, and join us. We have the option of winning big or losing big. That's the choice. We need to build on the coalition and legacy of the most successful president in our lifetime, Barack Obama. And the way we do this is by bringing Americans together of every race, ethnicity, gender, economic station, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, people of every stripe. Look, just like we did here in South Carolina. And like we can do across the entire country on Tuesday and beyond. Folks, win big or lose, that's the choice. Most Americans don't want the promise of revolution. They want more than promises. They want results. They want to give all Americans access to real opportunity, to be able to have affordable health care for all Americans, an environment with clean air and clean water, an education system that funds our schools, pays our teachers, makes community college free, a nation that will stand up to and beat the NRA. Reform our criminal justice system, root out institutional racism, mobilize the world against climate change. And an economy that works, rewards work, not just wealth. My dad used to say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than the paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about decency, it's respect. It's about your place in the community. It's being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay. For all our families, for all our communities. Because that's the right thing to do. That's what makes us Democrats. Talk is cheap. False promises are deceptive. And talk about revolution and changing anyone's life. We need real changes right now. Something I've done my whole career, and I'll do as president. So this is an election to spend all our time in a battle for the soul of the Democratic Party. This is a battle for the soul of the United States of America. And we're in an incredibly perilous moment, as all of you know. Winning means uniting America, not sowing more division and anger. It means not only fighting, but healing the country. We have to beat Donald Trump and the Republican Party, but here's the deal. We can't become like them. We can't become like them. We can't have a never-ending war. Above all, it's time for America to get back up. The country is so ready. So ready. Once again, fight for the proposition that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights. We say it all the time, but we've never fully lived up to it. But we've never before, until this president, walked away from it. And it's the reason why Jim and I and all of us are in this. I believe with every fiber of my being that all men and women are created equal. You know, I saw it a few days ago in a town hall in Charleston, Jim. I spoke with Reverend Anthony Thompson, whose wife, Myra, was studying the words of her Bible with 8 other parishioners at Mother Emanuel 4.5 years ago. It was a weekly routine, reading scripture and finding purpose and faith in God and in each other. And in an instant, hate, vengeance, white supremacy pierced that faith. And they were lost forever. But you know what I found the most remarkable thing in my career thus far? Remarkable about Reverend Thompson and the families of the Emanuel 9. It's through all that pain, all that grief, they forgave. And here's the deal. In their forgiveness, they brought more change to South Carolina than any that's occurred over the previous 100 years. Think about it. The Confederate flag came down. Real change. That's why the Sunday after, Jill and I and my family, we came back to Mother Emanuel on Sunday services after the funeral of the victims. because 6 weeks earlier we had lost our son, Bo. And we needed to be healed too. We need to be healed. I really mean this. We needed whatever they were exuding. And with every season that's passed, they've gotten up and found purpose to live life worthy of the ones they lost, worthy of the blessings to live in this remarkable country. We left here, having arrived in overwhelming pain, thinking we can do this. We can get through this. So I want to tell you, it's no small reason why I'm in this race. People like all of you here tonight, all around the country. The days of Donald Trump's divisiveness will soon be over. No. And as Jim, quoting to Tocqueville, he was right. This multi-ethnic country we call our democracy, America, it can't survive unless we focus on our goodness. We can build a more perfect union because the American people in the last 3.5 years have seen the alternative. No, I really mean it. Think about it. They've seen how utterly mean, selfish, lack of any sense of empathy or concern for anybody else. A president who not only has horrible policies, but the way he mocks and makes fun of other people. For all of you here in South Carolina, and especially Jim Clyburn, my friend, who lifted me and this campaign on his shoulders. That's right. But I mean all of you. Many I don't have time to name, all of you. We, Jill and I, our daughter Ashley, my son Hunter has been on the phone straight through for me. My brother, my sister, my 2 brothers, my sister, my 5 grandchildren, my 4 granddaughters who've come out on the campaign trail. We'll never forget what you've done for us. Well, we can say without fear of contradiction, the Bidens love you guys, man. The Bidens love you. That's real. And folks, now we need to stand behind Jamie Harrison, the next president of the United States, next senator of South Carolina. We need to send Joe Cunningham back to the House of Representatives. And all of us, all the Bidens, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for us. So folks, so here's the deal. Let's get back up. We're decent, we're brave, we're resilient people. We can believe again. We're better than this moment. We're better than this president. So get up, take back our country. This is the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That was former Vice President Joe Biden speaking to supporters in South Carolina. Let's bring in Antoine Seawright, Leslie Sanchez, and Linda Tran from Charleston. Antoine and Linda are CBS News political contributors and Democratic strategist. Leslie is a CBS News political analyst and Republican strategist. All right, I want to start, before we start talking about Joe Biden, with some breaking news here. CBS News has learned Tom Steyer is dropping out of the presidential race tonight. Antoine, tell us a little about Tom Steyer. The dynamic he created here in South Carolina was interesting and to some unexpected.
Well, he put all of his eggs in the Nevada and South Carolina basket. They did not crack in Nevada, and they did not crack the way he expected them to in South Carolina. He spent nearly $15 million in Nevada, and that did not yield him enough juice to get through. Here in South Carolina, I think the result was the same, not as much money. But to his credit, he had a laser focus on trying to penetrate the African-American community. And although he made some flirtatious uproars in the polling, that did not translate to victory. So there's so many lessons in the Steyer campaign. One, money does not win elections, i.e. Hint towards Michael Bloomberg, who everyone's excited about with all the spending. That does not always yield victory. Number two, if you have the right message but the wrong messenger, that does not guarantee a win. And the fact of the matter is, if you do not win over people of color, none of it matters. And I think that is why his campaign may have hit rock bottom between Nevada and South Carolina. But I will say this process is better and this party is better because Tom Steyer was able to raise some issues that were important to this party.
Linda, who does this benefit now with Steyer dropping out at this point in the contest heading into Super Tuesday?
I think without a doubt it benefits Joe Biden. And, you know, while we evaluate Tom Steyer and the kind of campaign that he ran, you can't do it in a vacuum, right? I mean, if we had not seen the strong debate performance from Joe Biden, if we had not seen the very pivotal endorsement of Whip Clyburn, we might be having a different conversation because poll after poll after poll showed that Steyer was on the steady rise here in South Carolina. And as far as we could tell, his dollars were having an impact. He did invest in a ground game here. He did have organizers who were from communities of color organizing in their own hometowns. I mean, he had a great stat about how most of his team were organizing in their home communities. And so all of the things that we've seen happen over the last 48 hours have clearly come into play here, and that's all good news for Joe Biden.
Antoine, let's turn to the delegate board just to kind of reset for a moment.
The thing that matters.
The thing that matters. The thing that really this is all about. Yeah. So this includes the earned delegates to date, plus what we project Joe Biden will receive thus far. So let's take a look at that. You can see that Biden is now second to Sanders. And what does this tell us? There, they put it up on the board. What does that tell us now about the trajectory of this contest?
It tells us what I told you in New Hampshire. South Carolina was going to be a place of rehab and relaunch for Joe Biden, not just from a campaign health rehab perspective, but from being able to catch up. In the delegate fight, 58 delegates were up for grabs here in South Carolina. There will be 1,344 available Super Tuesday. He's in second place. And so now it is to keep on chomping at the bit and tapping on the shoulders of the front runner in delegates, Bernie Sanders. My dad always says, the person you should always be afraid of is the #1 contender because you should always have to look over your shoulder. Now Bernie Sanders has to look over his shoulder and see where Joe Biden is in terms of delegate counts.
So, Linda, when you look at the delegate tally so far, knowing what's ahead here with Super Tuesday, what are you thinking if you are the Amy Klobuchar campaign, if you are the Elizabeth Warren campaign, if you are the Pete Buttigieg campaign at this point?
Well, I would just take Elizabeth Warren and Amy Klobuchar first. I mean, both of them have to be thinking about the fact that they may be in danger of losing their home states. And frankly, as we're looking ahead over the next few days, I would expect their team to be thinking really hard about what kind of an exit they would want to make, depending on what their internal numbers show them, depending on what they see as their potential pathway there. Because if you walk away having lost your home state, it's very, very difficult to make the case moving forward that you ought to stay in this race. So that's certainly something to consider. And we also know that Mayor Pete Buttigieg has already begun setting expectations, saying that he's going to perform better March 10th and beyond, which tells you everything you need to know about what his team is seeing about the numbers heading into this coming Tuesday.
If they can make it that far. Because there's a question of whether he has the momentum and the money to make it past Super Tuesday. If he does not have a decent, he doesn't have to have a handsome, but he needs to have a decent showing on Super Tuesday to stay, I think, viable in this process.
Absolutely, yeah.
Leslie, let me ask you about Biden again. So does this win now in South Carolina put him squarely back in the race? Does this change the narrative enough for the Biden campaign here so that he is viewed differently as opposed to some of the skepticism that we saw coming out of Iowa and New Hampshire?
It's a little bit too early to tell. You know, as much as you want to be optimistic in this idea, you can't discount a couple of things. One, the impact and the long-term ground game that Bernie Sanders has had. And this isn't a game that started, a couple of weeks ago, several months ago, even, the mid part of last year. It started in 2016. And there's a lot of very strategic lessons he learned, particularly with Latino and black communities, that he's not going to make those mistakes again. So in states like California and Texas, we've talked about, expect to have a bigger impact. But the second thing is, can Biden keep up that excitement? His performance on the debate stage this past week in South Carolina was pivotal to suppress the impact and kind of blunt the momentum of Mayor Pete Buttigieg, because this is the first time we've been here on a primary night and we're not talking about Buttigieg. So already the tide has turned, but to see where that gravitational pull is for the centrist of people that think that this is a ticket against Trump, we don't know, and we won't know until Tuesday night.
So I want to show, Antoine, some of our exit polls with voters under the age of 44. Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden were neck and neck. However, white voters under 44 overwhelmingly favored Sanders. Black voters under 44 overwhelmingly favored Biden. So what does that tell us here moving forward?
Coalitions are important. And the type of coalition you put together ultimately will decide how big or small your victory is. It's a matter of first versus second place. And no coalition will be strong in this party without African Americans being the concrete of your coalition. I'll say this, I've said it before, and I'll say it till I'm Democratic blue in the face. African American voters will have a say-so, a large say-so, and not only who our Democratic nominee will be, but who will be the next president of the United States. So we have to be the North Star through this process, and I think that's been demonstrated by Joe Biden's victory tonight. And when we do the autopsy on Super Tuesday, I see the same thing. The percentage and how black voters turn out will be the key of how the race will turn out.
All right, Linda, hold that thought for just a moment, because I'm told Tom Steyer is now taking the stage in Columbia. Let's take you there right now.
I got into this race for really, really good reasons. I got into this race because I thought that people weren't adequately addressing racial injustice in this country. And it's true. And it's true. And I thought that we were at risk as a country in terms of climate, and that expressed itself in terms of environmental injustice, and we've certainly seen that, and that's true. And that we live in a country that's deeply unjust economically, where rich people have been profiting at the expense of everybody else. And that's really true. And my family and I have been working on those things for decades. And I didn't get into this race and start talking about things to try and get votes. I was in this race to talk about things that I care the most about and that I continue to care the most about. And let me just say this, I think the team that we have, more than half people of color, more than half women, 30% LGBTQ, that is the team that I want to ride into battle with. That is the crew, that's the crew I want on my side. So let me say this, I've never worked with a better group of people who've worked harder or in a more dedicated way. The endorsers from South Carolina are some of the most outstanding human beings I've ever met, standing up for what's right. I am so proud to be with them. And the group of people in South Carolina, I'm looking at some of them right now, are a team of people who people use these words, but I am humbled to be working side by side with those guys. I'm humbled to be working side by some of the women from South Carolina. And honestly, the people who've endorsed me have stood up in a very red state where I have seen things, honestly, that have broken my heart. Because as much as I've loved the people here, and I've said, I'm not leaving. You may want me out of here. I'm not leaving. We're already figuring out ways, in fact, to make sure that we stay in South Carolina. And I have loved the people, and I feel as if their fight is my fight, and I want to make sure that's true going forward. But there's no question today that this campaign, we were disappointed with where we came out. I think we got 1 or 2 delegates from congressional districts, which I thank South Carolina for, and the people. But I said if I didn't see a path to winning, that I'd suspend my campaign. And honestly, I can't see a path where I can win the presidency. So am I going to continue to work on every single one of these issues? Yes, of course I am, because I've never stopped. That's what I'm here for. And let me say, I kept trying to say this during the campaign, I'm a huge grassroots person. I'm a turnout, register engaged turnout person, young people, black people, Latinos, people who are overlooked. Let's make sure their voices are heard, their votes are counted. And I promise I'm going to do that because I've been doing that. And let me say this, I, of course, will be supporting, I've said from the beginning, every Democrat is 1,000,000 times better than Trump. Trump is a disaster. And let me say this, I mean, we're in South Carolina. Lindsey Graham's a disaster. He's a disaster for the people here. So of course I'll be working on that. And let me say one last thing. When the Lord closes a door, He opens a window. I will find that window and crawl through it with you. I promise you that. I love you very much. This has been a great experience. I have 0 regrets. Meeting you and the rest of the American people is the highlight of my life. I love you right back. I love you right back. Thank you so much.
Billionaire Tom Steyer speaking to supporters there in Columbia, South Carolina, announcing that he is ending his presidential campaign. As we continue to watch these pictures, Antoine Seawright, you're on set with me here in Charleston. What did he bring to this contest?
First of all, he built a grassroots movement, not just in this presidential cycle, but he was active in the midterms. He organized states through his organization. He spent money. He collected data. All those things can be transferred later on to help the overall cause, and that's to help take this country back. You know, I commend Tom Steyer for being a team player. Tonight demonstrated he knows that the big game is on the line, and he's not the person that should be leading the team. There should be someone else. And so his dropping out tonight signals that he wants someone else to lead the team down the field for the big game. And that's what a true teammate is all about. So I commend him for being a good teammate to the Democratic Party.
Linda Tran, you're also here on set with us in Charleston. What are the lessons here to be learned? Some said at the outset of his campaign that the Democratic Party in 2020 did not necessarily want to see a billionaire in the race. You have now not just Tom Steyer, but of course Mike Bloomberg is the billionaire left on the stage on the Democratic side. Are there lessons for his campaign from what we saw here with Tom Steyer?
I mean, ultimately, I think the lesson is that it takes long-term organizing and building relationships in communities to really win. And while Tom Steyer, I would say by all accounts, is the big winner of this year, I mean, he had 2 major priorities before he announced his campaign for president. Climate change, which is a centerpiece of every conversation, and in state after state, it is among the top issues. And number 2, the need to impeach campaign that ultimately resulted in Donald Trump being impeached. I mean, he's a winner across the issues that he feels like have been a priority in his life. But, you know, I always say this, it took Barack Obama 6 years of organizing to win Florida by 1 percentage point. And, you know, no matter how much money you pump in a short period of time, you're never going to be able to replicate the need to build an organization with trusted messengers on the ground in order to bring things across the finish line.
I want to take a step back now and turn back to some of our exit poll questions in the contest here in South Carolina. Linda, we asked South Carolina voters if they would vote for the Democratic nominee, no matter what. 12% of Biden voters said they would not support the nominee no matter what, but 26% of Sanders voters said they won't necessarily back the Democrat in a general election. Do those numbers concern you as a Democrat?
I think they sound concerning right now, but it's all theoretical. And when we do have a nominee, whomever that may be, I think that true Democratic Party stalwarts will remember that their number one mission is to defeat Donald Trump. And you'll see energy, you'll see people engage in a different way during a general election than some of the passions of a Democratic primary may be unearthing right now.
I think we all have to remember, no matter the differences we appear to have on the surface during this primary process, they do not compare at all to the differences we have with Donald Trump and his Republican Party. And through this process, look, I worked for Hillary in 2016. I do not want to repeat the sins of 2016 because we will get 4 more years of Donald Trump. And for people who look like me, 4 years of Donald Trump would take us back several generations. So there's a fear and a real urgency to defeat Donald Trump, particularly among the most loyal constituents in the country, black voters.
Leslie, former New York City Mayor Mike Bloomberg is reminding his supporters he's finally on the ballot this Tuesday. Do you think this race changes once Bloomberg is really in the mix?
It's already changing, even if it's splintering off some of the support that Biden would have. I think there's a couple of things in that. Some of that support is going to go to Bloomberg. Some of that support, which is a concern, is the blue-collar white voter. A lot of those voters are going in the Sanders camp. And unless Biden can reverse that around and relatively quickly, he's going to see some challenges. And that's what's fascinating about Tuesday. We're going to start to illuminate or pull the curtain back on what America's thinking about all these points we've been making. We talked about impeachment. Because of impeachment, the Steyer ads, Nancy Pelosi, the Democratic Congress, it was able to coalesce a message for Donald Trump and unite very rapidly the Republican Party. And I think Sanders has done that with the Republican Party as well. So the counter effect of that is very dramatic. And then the other part related to this is to beat an incumbent historically, you have to have an extremely cohesive party. And you're not seeing that. I don't buy the fact that this 26%, I think that's in the tea leaves. It's very prescient of what the Democratic Party is going to see. Is that's a very mobilized base, been worked with for many years, like Linda's talking about, Sanders people on the ground. They are not giving that up easily. And I don't know that Biden is the energy and the momentum to give them what they want, and that's what we have to wait and see.
So, Antoine, South Carolina voters overwhelmingly do not like Mike Bloomberg. 66% of Democrats in the state viewed him unfavorably. Do you think that Biden's win here in South Carolina will blunt Bloomberg's impact on Super Tuesday?
Yet to be determined. I do know up until a few days ago, Mayor Bloomberg spent, I think, over $100 million in Super Tuesday states. Vice President Biden has spent zero. I do think when you operate in a vacuum, that matters. I do think massive communication matters, particularly in a place like California and Texas, where they were early voting, where you can control the airwaves and the message, and you're alone out there. And so if people are not paying attention at the level we are, and you just constantly see TV ads over and over again, as I heard some people did with Tom Steyer, you just say, okay, well, if all things being equal, I'll just vote for him. He wants to talk to me. There's that kind of thinking out there. So I think the VP has some ground to make up, but I do think the percentage of African-American votes that he received in South Carolina will send a very strong signal to African-American voters and all voters in Super Tuesday states.
And there's some really interesting data in there when it's talking about, do you just want to win? Are you willing to kind of put aside someone who shares your values for somebody who you think can beat Donald Trump? And there's not a lot of agreement on that either. That's kind of moving around depending on what camp you're in. So a lot of the Sanders people, if they're gaining momentum in 2020 that they didn't see 4 years ago, what is the negotiating term? What are you going to give them that says, no, okay, we want you to step back so that 70% of the party can come forward and do what you've never agreed with anyway? I mean, I don't see where that argument, that's why they're saying they're going to stand their ground.
Because if they feel like they're gaining, why not? Right?
If they're advancing and they're taking the beachhead, what is the motivation for them to retreat? And that's what I'm saying.
That's a good question, Linda. I mean, what do you think about that?
Well, I think that if it were the same Bernie Sanders supporters in 2020 as they were in 2016, that makes a ton of sense. However, we've already heard that even in places like New Hampshire, his neighboring state, those were not the same supporters he had last go around. And I think it is a warning sign for him that he hasn't been able to deliver on the one thing his campaign has promised they would do, which is grow the Democratic electorate.
New voters.
Exactly. The people who are supporting him are the same people who would have turned out in any case. And they may have been Warren people and they moved to him towards the end, but they're not these You know, it's not like when Barack Obama got 20 million 18 to 23-year-olds to vote for the first time ever. I mean, we often talk about the role of black voters, but it's the broader role of that quote-unquote magic Obama coalition that we need to be looking at specifically. It's the young voters. It's the women in the suburbs. It's also, of course, African-American voters, but it's that whole collective of individuals that's going to determine who the nominee is and ultimately who the next president of the United States is.
If you look at the states that come up on the calendar, a lot of them will be ground zero for a general election. So I look forward to seeing how it shakes out. When I think about battleground Texas, when we think about Florida, all of those states are going to be places where, one, we have to win congressional seats because the House Democratic campaign arm is the nerve center of this party for 2020. But we also have to think about Senate seats and down ballot races and all that matters, and how these primary races shape up from enthusiasm and turnout to what messaging sticks is going to be critically important of how we frame a narrative in the general election.
A lot of people down ballot, especially red states like Texas, are very concerned with having Sanders at the top of the ticket. These are conservative judges all the way down.
All right, a lot to look forward to this coming Tuesday. Leslie, Antoine, Linda, thank you all. So great to see you. We are going to take a quick...
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS Sunday Morning.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. Welcome back to the Carolina Ale House in Charleston. CBS News is projecting Joe Biden will win the South Carolina Democratic primary. Leslie Sanchez and Antoine Seawright are with me once again from Charleston. Leslie is a CBS News political analyst and Republican strategist. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. And Antoine, I want to start with you. The grin on your face could not be wider. Tell me what you're thinking right now.
Well, there are a couple of things I said from the very beginning of this process. South Carolina will be the place that will set the tone and temperature for this race. I think everyone can agree with that now because of the participation from the most loyal constituency in the country, African-American voters. Number two, I said this, it was always Joe Biden's race to lose, and everyone else has been fighting for second place. And I also said this, loyal African-American voters are going to show up and they're going to display their loyalty to Joe Biden because Joe Biden has been loyal to them. And lo and behold, Elaine, I think I'm right.
All right. So okay.
Humility is a good value.
I know. In other words, I told you so, right? Okay. So let me ask you, though, Antoine. So is that it? Is a win? Or as we get more numbers in, is that something, though, that in all seriousness, because we saw what happened in the other early states, people are going to be still examining pretty closely here?
There are several things to look at from Joe Biden's victory tonight. Number one, he's moved up to second place in the delegate count. So that means, and we all know this is a game of numbers. Delegates are important. That means he's behind now Bernie Sanders for the number of delegates. Number two, I think he will end up having a very handsome victory tonight. And the strength of African-American voters is going to be important, setting a tone for those type of voters in Super Tuesday. And number three, I like to connect sports and politics together. The Golden State Warriors won their NBA championships. I don't remember, and I'm sure you do not remember either, the score, but all you know is they won the championship. So tonight, Joe Biden won his championship. This is the first time he's won a primary or a caucus. I think this is a reset moment for this campaign.
All right, you're right, I don't remember.
See? I told you so.
Okay. Oh, gosh, help us. Okay. Leslie,
it's been a long week, Elaine.
No, it has been.
It's been a long week.
Leslie,
very exciting.
But let me ask you, though, if you were the Trump campaign now, watching what has unfolded here, there was a question about how Joe Biden was going to perform. What are you thinking at this moment, seeing that he is now emerging victorious here in this state?
I think he dodged a significant threat, and he had to do this to keep the momentum going, to keep the campaign going at all. This was absolutely critical. But there's a lot of factors that have really proven to be effective, and trust, as Antoine has talked about, is really important. I think the global issues, if so many people made up their mind at the last minute, you got to wonder, and that's really what we're going to get to. Was it the threat of this kind of socialist taking over the Democratic Party, meaning Bernie Sanders, or was it the global threat of, the coronavirus that has people thinking, wow, I don't want to destabilize this country anymore. I want a leadership I know, and that would be somebody like to work to Biden's favor. There's a lot of different confluence of events that are happening, real politique, and we're seeing what that really can transpire to. Going forward, the question is going to be how impactful was today? What kind of turnout did he get? And going into Super Tuesday, can Bernie Sanders hold that 25-30% in all those 14 states? If he can do that, then you're really going to have a rough and tumble coming out of Super Tuesday.
So several things. If you look at the states Bernie have won, no disrespect to Bernie, 70% of Democratic primary voters essentially voted against him because he's been getting 30% or so. You have to keep that in mind. I think tonight's victory demonstrates that this election is about trust more so than a policy agenda. Number three, I think this uptick in fear about what could be down ballot carnage if we have a certain type of message or messenger at the top. I think you'll see that calcified, borrowing the word from my dear friend here, as we go on to states, particularly in the South, where you have to be pragmatic and centrist in order to have a chance at a 50-50 jump ball any day of the week.
Do you think that we could start to see now Senator Sanders' lead slip in other more diverse states?
I think we have to see how well he does with African-American voters and women, because those are going to be two very key constituencies going into Super Tuesday and for the third leg of the race. And remember, when we get back up north, Ohio, to the Rust Belt, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, white working class voters are going to be a key constituent. So will African-American working class voters. And if Joe Biden can maintain strength in Super Tuesday and make his way up that way, that's always been Biden country. That's where Biden made his mark.
So, Leslie, let me go ahead and bring you in here to comment on the president tweeting earlier tonight saying, quote, "Sleepy Joe Biden's victory in the South Carolina Democrat primary should be the end of Mini Mike Bloomberg's joke of a campaign. After the worst debate performance in the history of presidential debates, Mini Mike now has Biden split up his very few voters, taking many away." So, would you expect, Leslie, the president to sort of shift his attacks now to Joe Biden? And could that be sort of the stamp of approval for some Democrats?
So we're looking for that, certainly. I was going to say Sleepy Joe Biden, but I didn't want to, preempt the president because, he is the president. Yes. But we could see that coming. Like, if you had to write this story out, you knew where that was going to be. He has an attack on that. The challenge with Bloomberg has always been the money. I mean, the deep pockets, the ability to run, $500 million worth of advertising. We still don't know the effect of that. If we could talk about from a political strategy perspective, you don't know what that kind of money is going to do. When people are looking for it, and he's going to make that case, tested, proven leadership in difficult times. Bloomberg can say, hey, wait a minute, I'm the person who has that. But let's talk about this. To beat somebody like Donald Trump, to beat an incumbent, you need an extremely tight, cohesive party. And how you're balancing this big pull to the left, the socialist effort to the left, and this fractured, in many ways ruptured, centrist vote within the Democratic Party, and I leave that to my colleague. That's the struggle that the Democratic Party is in.
We're still trying to figure out who we want to be when we grow up.
Is it about unity? What is it about?
Well, I think in the end it will be about unity, because I think everyone is singing from the same hymn note. We all want to defeat Donald Trump. I think that's the hymn that will come out of the Democratic Party choir. But I will say this. I think, Leslie, to your point earlier about times of crisis, people want to lean on what they know. And people know Joe. That's why he is demonstrating so much strength here in South Carolina. But I'll say to the Biden campaign, when you win, brag gently. When you lose, weep softly, because a victory tonight does not mean a victory every other night in this process.
I want to ask about another candidate, Antoine, someone we've talked about on previous nights, Senator Elizabeth Warren. She struggled in early voting states, and I wonder, do you think that beyond Super Tuesday, we will be seeing her continue?
I definitely, most of us can agree that this could be a strong sign of political life support for her. She needed to do well early on, because those were a real test of whether she can survive the long term. This process, as you know, is a marathon, not a sprint. Direction is always more important than speed. And in the words of Mike Tyson, peaking at the right time is so important. She has not done either one of those things. And so because we'll see what the numbers are among black and brown voters, if that trend does not do well, I don't know how she survives after post-Super Tuesday.
A really big part of that, and I think Antoine's really talking about that, where do we go from here? How is that looking for somebody like Elizabeth Warren, any of those states? So going into Super Tuesday, there's some big states, big Latino populations, minority, particularly California and Texas. Bernie Sanders has very strong grassroots operations, advertising, money, organization. You can't discount how effective that has been, and he really learned the lessons in 2016. But the rest of the states don't have the power of that, nor do they have the proclivity to pull that far left. So it's that quasi-national election that we're going to see Tuesday. That's why it's so critically important, is to see how that lays out and kind of test the temperature of not only minority voters, but kind of the centrist voters. Are they going to fall in line behind a Biden, or are they going to keep shopping?
All right, Leslie, Antoine. Antoine, you told us so. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's bring in our CBS News 2020 campaign reporters, Lecrae Mitchell and Nicole Skanga. They have been out talking with voters in South Carolina today. Lecrae joins us from Columbia. She's at a Joe Biden party. Nicole is also in Columbia at an event for Tom Steyer. Welcome to you both. Lecrae, let me start with you. This is a big night for Joe Biden, who felt a victory with strong support from African-American voters. Tell us about how he tried to appeal in this state to voters of color.
I spoke with so many voters today who said Joe Biden is their guy. I'm with Joe. He's been there before. He has experience. He's been in the White House. And even just here tonight at his event, I had someone say, our signs here say Biden for South Carolina, but Biden is for the nation. And I want someone who's going to be for the nation. I've heard words used like sober and not a fire flame used to describe him today. A lot of black voters who went out to the polls here in South Carolina were casting their votes for him because they felt like he was the candidate who they could trust with experience to get the job done and to beat President Donald Trump.
Nicole, Tom Steyer invested heavily in South Carolina. With Joe Biden winning, what is the mood there now? What does it say for the future of the Steyer campaign?
Well, that's right, Elaine. Tom Steyer invested over $20 million in television and radio ads in South Carolina. He built an extensive ground game and field operation in the Palmetto State, and he has spent 23 days campaigning in the state since the launch of his campaign. The mood is still optimistic. Senior campaign officials here tell me that they're hoping for a second or third place finish. They see that as a win for Tom Steyer, who is yet to win a primary or caucus so far, and they say that a finish like that could give them a boost going into Super Tuesday. At this point, Steyer planning on competing in Super Tuesday states, catching a flight tonight, Elaine.
Well, both of you have some interesting reporting on Senator Elizabeth Warren. Let's listen to one of her supporters there in Columbia.
She worked with President Obama. She took on Wall Street, and she was successful, and she's a female.
So, Nicole, what are Senator Warren's supporters telling you?
Well, I spoke to one voter today at a poll station in Charleston, South Carolina, and she told me that she supported Elizabeth Warren because she followed her heart. She said she's not sure if Warren will be the eventual nominee, but she felt she was the most intelligent candidate in this crowded field of Democrats, Elaine. And moving forward, Senator Elizabeth Warren looking to win big in Super Tuesday, perhaps win her own state of Massachusetts, which, of course, we know Senator Bernie Sanders held a rally there today and attracted 13,000 people there. So she has some stiff competition between now and Super Tuesday. But her supporters here on the ground that ended up casting a ballot for her tell me that they did that because they love her as a candidate. They love her policy platforms. They love her clear and coherent vision for the country, despite, her inability to win in a caucus or primary thus far.
Well, Lecrae, you also spoke with some Warren supporters. What did they tell you about her electability?
I did, and as a matter of fact, the spot that we played before this was that of Mr. Neesmith. And I met him today at a Columbia precinct, and he told me that even though he doesn't think she's going to win the nomination, and he didn't think that she was going to win in South Carolina, he thought it was important to vote for her. And I asked him, why is it so important to vote for a woman? And he said, because the electorate needs to change. We need to see more women make up this electorate. And he said that he has a strong grandmother. And he cited that as being a reason that he knows the importance of putting a woman in positions of leadership. And so he said that his hope is that by him casting that ballot, other people will see that she does have support here in the state, even if that does not relate or end up being the nomination for her or even a win here. And something else to note, in terms of Senator Warren's ground game here in South Carolina, she made, 14, 15 visits here. And while she didn't have some of the big name endorsements like former Vice President Biden, like that of Majority Whip Jim Clyburn, she did have a ground game that had been here for a very long time. I know she had staffers on the ground here dating back to last March. And even though they stayed around the 40 or so mark with staffers, they were on the ground, they were holding different events, and at the end here, they've been definitely having surrogates like Representative Ayanna Pressley come to town and tell South Carolinians why they need to pay attention to her, because she's the person with the plan.
All right, on to Super Tuesday from here. Lecrae Mitchell and Nicole Skanga, thank you both very much. We're going to take a quick break. We'll have more out of South Carolina when we come back. You're streaming Red and Blue.
every Sunday night at 8 on CBSN. Stop the noise.
My moral compass, my politics, and my worldview comes from the internet.
And turn the world.
If the street is filled with salt water, what difference does it make how high you make your house?
Right side up.
Who here believes in evolution?
Chaos meets clarity in eye-opening original documentaries anywhere you want to see them. Sunday nights at 8, only on CBSN.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The world's largest rainforest is on fire.
The present position is we have to develop the Amazon.
Many of the financial actors that are investing in the companies involved in deforestation, as well as the purchasers of the products, are based in the US and in Europe.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano at the Carolina Ale House in Charleston, South Carolina. CBS News is projecting Joe Biden will win the South Carolina Democratic primary. This is the former vice president's first win in the Democratic primary race. Here's how he did it. 60% of black voters in the state voted for Biden. He also won more than half of voters over age 65 and moderates. Electability was also a strong consideration for Biden voters. Earlier, I spoke with Antoine Seawright, Leslie Sanchez, and Linda Tran. Antoine and Linda are CBS News political contributors and Democratic strategists, and Leslie is a CBS News political analyst and Republican strategist. We discussed the night that was in South Carolina. We also discussed how South Carolina will play into the larger delegate picture. Linda, when you look at the delegate tally so far, knowing what's ahead here with Super Tuesday, what are you thinking if you are the Amy Klobuchar campaign, if you are the Elizabeth Warren campaign, if you are the Pete Buttigieg campaign at this point?
Well, I would just take Elizabeth Warren and Amy Klobuchar first. I mean, both of them have to be thinking about the fact that they may be in danger of losing their home states. And frankly, as we're looking ahead over the next few days, I would expect their team to be thinking really hard about what kind of an exit they would want to make, depending on what their internal numbers show them, depending on what they see as their potential pathway there. Because if you walk away having lost your home state, it's very, very difficult to make the case moving forward that you want to stay in this race. So that's certainly something to consider. And we also know that Mayor Pete Buttigieg has already begun setting expectations, saying that he's going to perform better March 10th and beyond, which tells you everything you need to know about what his team is seeing about the numbers heading into this coming Tuesday.
If they can make it that far. Because there's a question of whether he has the momentum and the money to make it past Super Tuesday. If he does not have a decent, he doesn't have to have a handsome, but he needs to have a decent showing on Super Tuesday to stay, I think, viable in this process.
Absolutely, yeah.
Leslie, let me ask you about Biden again. So does this win now in South Carolina put him squarely back in the race? Does this change the narrative enough for the Biden campaign here so that he is viewed differently as opposed to some of the skepticism that we saw coming out of Iowa and New Hampshire?
It's a little bit too early to tell. You know, as much as you want to be optimistic in this idea, you can't discount a couple of things. One, the impact and the long-term ground game that Bernie Sanders has had. And this isn't a game that started, you know, a couple of weeks ago, several months ago, even, you know, the mid part of last year. It started in 2016. And there's a lot of very strategic lessons he learned, particularly with Latino and Black communities, that he's not going to make those mistakes again. So in states like California and Texas, we've talked about, expect to have a bigger impact. But the second thing is, can Biden keep up that excitement? His performance on the debate stage this past week in South Carolina was pivotal to suppress the impact and kind of blunt the momentum of Mayor Pete Buttigieg, because this is the first time we've been here on a primary night and we're not talking about Buttigieg. So already the tide has turned, but to see where that gravitational pull is for the centrist of people that think that this is a ticket against Trump, we don't know, and we won't know until Tuesday night.
So I want to show, Antoine, some of our exit polls with voters under the age of 44. Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden were neck and neck. However, white voters under 44 overwhelmingly favored Sanders. Black voters under 44 overwhelmingly favored Biden. So what does that tell us here moving forward?
Coalitions are important. And the type of coalition you put together ultimately will decide how big or small your victory is. It's a matter of first versus second place. And no coalition will be strong in this party without African Americans being the concrete of your coalition. I'll say this, I've said it before, and I'll say it till I'm Democratic blue in the face. African American voters will have a say-so, a large say-so, and not only who our Democratic nominee will be, but who will be the next president of the United States. So we have to be the North Star through this process, and I think that's been demonstrated by Joe Biden's victory tonight. And when we do the autopsy on Super Tuesday, I see the same thing. The percentage and how black voters turn out will be the key of how the race will turn out.
All right. I want to take a step back now and turn back to some of our exit poll questions in the contest here in South Carolina. Linda, we asked South Carolina voters if they would vote for the Democratic nominee, no matter what. 12% of Biden voters said they would not support the nominee no matter what, but 26% of Sanders voters said they won't necessarily back the Democrat in a general election. Do those numbers concern you as a Democrat?
I think they sound concerning right now, but it's all theoretical. And when we do have a nominee, whomever that may be, I think that true Democratic Party stalwarts will remember that their number one mission is to defeat Donald Trump. And you'll see energy, you'll see people engage in a different way during a general election than some of the passions of a Democratic primary may be unearthing right now.
I think we all have to remember, no matter the differences we appear to have on the surface during this primary process, they do not compare at all to the differences we have with Donald Trump and his Republican Party. And through this process, look, I worked for Hillary in 2016. I do not want to repeat the sins of 2016 because we will get 4 more years of Donald Trump. And for people who look like me, 4 years of Donald Trump would take us back several generations. So there's a fear and a real urgency to defeat Donald Trump, particularly among the most loyal constituents in the country, black voters.
Leslie, former New York City Mayor Mike Bloomberg is reminding his supporters he's finally on the ballot this Tuesday. Do you think this race changes once Bloomberg is really in the mix?
It's already changing, even if it's splintering off some of the support that Biden would have. I think there's a couple of things in that. Some of that support is going to go to Bloomberg. Some of that support, which is a concern, is the blue-collar white voter. A lot of those voters are going in the Sanders camp. And unless Biden can reverse that around and relatively quickly, he's going to see some challenges. And that's what's fascinating about Tuesday. We're going to start to illuminate or pull the curtain back on what America's thinking about all these points we've been making. We talked about impeachment. Because of impeachment, the Steyer ads, Nancy Pelosi, the Democratic Congress, it was able to coalesce a message for Donald Trump and unite very rapidly the Republican Party. And I think Sanders has done that with the Republican Party as well. So the counter effect of that is very dramatic. And then the other part related to this is to beat an incumbent historically, you have to have an extremely cohesive party. And you're not seeing that. I don't buy the fact that this 26%, I think that's in the tea leaves. It's very prescient of what the Democratic Party is going to see. Is that's a very mobilized base, been worked with for many years, like Linda's talking about, Sanders people on the ground. They are not giving that up easily. And I don't know that Biden is the energy and the momentum to give them what they want, and that's what we have to wait and see.
So, Antoine, South Carolina voters overwhelmingly do not like Mike Bloomberg. 66% of Democrats in the state viewed him unfavorably. Do you think that Biden's win here in South Carolina will blunt Bloomberg's impact on Super Tuesday?
Yet to be determined. I do know up until a few days ago, Mayor Bloomberg spent, I think, over $100 million in Super Tuesday states. Vice President Biden has spent zero. I do think when you operate in a vacuum, that matters. I do think massive communication matters, particularly in a place like California and Texas, where they were early voting, where you can control the airwaves and the message, and you're alone out there. And so if people are not paying attention at the level we are, and you just constantly see TV ads over and over again, as I heard some people did with Tom Steyer, you just say, okay, well, if all things being equal, I'll just vote for him. He wants to talk to me. There's that kind of thinking out there. So I think the VP has some ground to make up, but I do think the percentage of African-American votes that he received in South Carolina will send a very strong signal to African-American voters and all voters in Super Tuesday states.
And there's some really interesting data in there when it's talking about, do you just want to win? Are you willing to kind of put aside someone who shares your values for somebody who you think can beat Donald Trump? And there's not a lot of agreement on that either. That's kind of moving around depending on what camp you're in. So a lot of the Sanders people, if they're gaining momentum in 2020 that they didn't see 4 years ago, what is the negotiating term? What are you going to give them that says, no, okay, we want you to step back so that 70% of the party can come forward and do what you've never agreed with anyway? I mean, I don't see where that argument, that's why they're saying they're going to stand their ground.
Because if they feel like they're gaining, why not? Right?
If they're advancing and they're taking the beachhead, what is the motivation for them to retreat? And that's what I'm saying.
That's a good question, Linda. I mean, what do you think about that?
Well, I think that if it were the same Bernie Sanders supporters in 2020 as they were in 2016, that makes a ton of sense. However, we've already heard that even in places like New Hampshire, his neighboring state, those were not the same supporters he had last go around. And I think it is a warning sign for him that he hasn't been able to deliver on the one thing his campaign has promised they would do, which is grow the Democratic electorate.
New voters.
Exactly. The people who are supporting him are the same people who would have turned out in any case. And they may have been Warren people, and they moved to him towards the end, but they're not these, it's not like when Barack Obama got 20 million 18 to 23-year-olds to vote for the first time ever. I mean, we often talk about the role of black voters, but it's the broader role of that quote-unquote magic Obama coalition that we need to be looking at specifically. It's the young voters. It's the women in the suburbs. It's also, of course, African-American voters, but it's that whole collective of individuals that's going to determine who the nominee is and ultimately who the next president of the United States is.
If you look at the states that come up on the calendar, a lot of them will be ground zero for a general election. So I look forward to seeing how it shakes out. When I think about battleground Texas, when we think about Florida, all of those states are going to be places where, one, we have to win congressional seats because the House Democratic campaign arm is the nerve center of this party for 2020. But we also have to think about Senate seats and down ballot races and all that matters, and how these primary races shape up from enthusiasm and turnout to what messaging sticks is going to be critically important to how we frame a narrative in the general election.
A lot of people down ballot, especially red states like Texas, are very concerned with having Sanders at the top of the ticket. These are conservative judges all the way down.
All right, a lot to look forward to this coming Tuesday. Leslie, Antoine, Linda, thank you all. So great to see you. We are going to take a quick break. We'll have more out of South Carolina when we come back. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS Sunday Morning.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Lana Zak. House Majority Whip Jim Clyburn gave Joe Biden a huge endorsement this week. The vice president is expected to win the South Carolina primary, followed by Bernie Sanders and Tom Steyer. Earlier, our Caitlin Huey-Burns spoke to the congressman.
You mentioned Bernie Sanders. He was here for a few days. He is considered the front runner after winning New Hampshire and Nevada. He's poised to do well in some of these Super Tuesday states. Are you concerned about his rise, and do you see South Carolina as a way to kind of blunt any momentum that he has?
I'm not trying to blunt his momentum. Okay. I'm trying to create momentum for Joe Biden. To me, I can live with Bernie Sanders. I would much rather live with Joe Biden. And so I just think that what I'm looking for in a candidate and in the president is all wrapped up into Joe Biden. I think he has a compassion. I think he has the temperament. I think he has the background and the experiences that are necessary to have a successful presidency. And there's more of that in Joe Biden and any of the other candidates.
You said you can live with Bernie Sanders
Sure.
at the top of the ticket. Nancy Pelosi said a similar thing. But I'm thinking of some of the big congressional districts here in South Carolina, Joe Cunningham, for example. Do you think those kinds of candidates in these battleground districts would be concerned with having Bernie Sanders at the top of the ticket?
They are, and they've told me that. I've talked to Joe Cunningham. Yes, that's the way he feels. But I've talked to about 20 other Democratic Congress people who feel the same way. And so I'm not taking that away. I can live with him at the top of the ticket. A lot of these Congress people tell me it would be very difficult for them.
Do you think the Democratic Party underestimated Bernie Sanders heading into this? Do you think people underestimated how well he might do in this primary?
No, I don't think anybody gave much attention to that. Remember, he ran before 4 years ago, so it wasn't a question of underestimating. I think that people knew they'd had a bunch of followers. I think that what did happen in this campaign is that a lot of people thought when Joe Biden announced, and these numbers were so great, everybody just thought that all he had to do was live through the process. Nobody, I don't think, was ready for things to happen the way they are.
I want to ask you about someone who's not competing here today, and that's Michael Bloomberg. He's kind of putting it all in those Super Tuesday states. What do you make of his candidacy, especially after you've seen him in 2 debates so far?
Well, his candidacy came about because he was on the sidelines observing. I happen to know that he was a supporter of Joe Biden. And when those good person approaches got misconstrued as weakness, he saw a weakness in his candidacy, that is Joe Biden's candidacy, and I think that's why he jumped in. I think Michael Bloomberg got in because of that. Then, of course, what he didn't factor in was how much he was not prepared for this new environment. So he, by and large, became victim of the same stuff that he was reacting to. He's now finding out that Joe wasn't being weak. He was just being good old Joe. Well, I think that we'll see whether or not he recovers in time.
Joe Biden is celebrating his victory in Charleston. Earlier, our Caitlin Huey-Burns spoke to his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, about how they're feeling after the big win.
You describe the emotion inside that room.
You know, we were just, sort of overwhelmed, that here we felt like, hey, we're on our way. So many people had written Joe off, and I kept saying, he's resilient, he's going to come back, he's going to go forward. And so obviously, we were just really joyous that this is the way it turned out.
And you've spent a lot of time on the campaign trail yourself. Yes. What have you learned about this process? This is Biden's 3rd time running for president. What's different this time, if anything?
Well, I think because it's such a crowded field, it's hard for a lot of voters to distinguish a lot of times, that because there's so many. But I want to say, if I can, that I'm a teacher. I'm a member of a labor union, the NEA. When I taught in public high school, and I want to say to teachers, this is your moment. This is your moment, because if you come out for Joe Biden and he's the next president, he totally supports education and supports our teachers, and they will have a teacher in the White House, and that is so important to me.
Thank you so much for being here.
We're going to take a break. Elaine Quijano will be back with much more from South Carolina. You're streaming Red and Blue.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California.
What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Nora is. That's what Nora does. The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters there expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. Welcome back to the Carolina Ale House in Charleston. CBS News is projecting Joe Biden will win the South Carolina Democratic primary. Leslie Sanchez and Antoine Seawright are with me once again from Charleston. Leslie is a CBS News political analyst and Republican strategist. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. And Antoine, I want to start with you. The grin on your face could not be wider. Tell me what you're thinking right now.
Well, there are a couple of things I said from the very beginning of this process. South Carolina will be the place that will set the tone and temperature for this race. I think everyone can agree with that now because of the participation from the most loyal constituency in the country, African-American voters. Number two, I said this, it was always Joe Biden's race to lose, and everyone else has been fighting for second place. And I also said this, loyal African-American voters are going to show up, and they're going to display their loyalty to Joe Biden because Joe Biden has been loyal to them. And lo and behold, Elaine, I think I'm right.
All right. So okay.
Humility is a good value.
I know. In other words, I told you so, right? Okay. So let me ask you, though, Antoine. So is that it? Is a win, or as we get more numbers in, is that something, though, that in all seriousness, because we saw what happened in the other early states, people are going to be still examining pretty closely here?
There are several things to look at from Joe Biden's victory tonight. Number one, he's moved up to second place in the delegate count. So that means, and we all know this is a game of numbers. Delegates are important. That means he's behind now Bernie Sanders for the number of delegates. Number two, I think he will end up having a very handsome victory tonight. And the strength of African-American voters is going to be important, setting a tone for those type of voters in Super Tuesday. And number three, I like to connect sports and politics together. The Golden State Warriors won their NBA championships. I don't remember, and I'm sure you do not remember either, the score, but all you know is they won the championship. So tonight, Joe Biden won his championship. This is the first time he's won a primary or a caucus. I think this is a reset moment for this campaign.
All right, you're right. I don't remember.
See? I told you so.
Okay. Oh, gosh, help us. Okay. Leslie,
It's been a long week, Elaine.
No, it has been.
It's been a long week.
Leslie,
Very exciting.
But let me ask you, though, if you were the Trump campaign now, watching what has unfolded here, there was a question about how Joe Biden was going to perform. What are you thinking at this moment, seeing that he is now emerging victorious here in this state?
I think he dodged a significant threat, and he had to do this to keep the momentum going, to keep the campaign going at all. This was absolutely critical. But there's a lot of factors that have really proven to be effective, and trust, as Antoine has talked about, is really important. I think the global issues, if so many people made up their mind at the last minute, you got to wonder, and that's really what we're going to get to. Was it the threat of this kind of socialist taking over the Democratic Party, meaning Bernie Sanders, or was it the global threat of, the coronavirus that has people thinking, wow, I don't want to destabilize this country anymore. I want a leadership I know, and that would be somebody like to work to Biden's favor. There's a lot of different confluence of events that are happening, real politique, and we're seeing what that really can transpire to. Going forward, the question is going to be how impactful was today? What kind of turnout did he get? And going into Super Tuesday, can Bernie Sanders hold that 25, 30% in all those 14 states? If he can do that, then you're really going to have a rough and tumble coming out of Super Tuesday.
So several things. If you look at the states Bernie have won, no disrespect to Bernie, 70% of Democratic primary voters essentially voted against him because he's been getting 30% or so. You have to keep that in mind. I think tonight's victory demonstrates that this election is about trust more so than a policy agenda. Number three, I think this uptick in fear about what could be down ballot carnage if we have a certain type of message or messenger at the top. I think you'll see that calcified, borrowing the word from my dear friend here, as we go on to states, particularly in the South, where you know you have to be pragmatic and centrist in order to have a chance at a 50-50 jump ball any day of the week.
Do you think that we could start to see now Senator Sanders' lead slip in other more diverse states?
I think we have to see how well he does with African-American voters and women, because those are going to be two very key constituencies going into Super Tuesday and for the third leg of the race. And remember, when we get back up north, Ohio, to the Rust Belt, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, white working class voters are going to be a key constituent. So will African American working class voters. And if Joe Biden can maintain strength in Super Tuesday and make his way up that way, that's always been Biden country. That's where Biden made his mark.
So, Leslie, let me go ahead and bring you in here to comment on the president tweeting earlier tonight saying, quote, "Sleepy Joe Biden's victory in the South Carolina Democrat primary should be the end of Mini Mike Bloomberg's joke of a campaign. After the worst debate performance in the history of presidential debates, Mini Mike now has Biden split up his very few voters, taking many away." So, would you expect, Leslie, the president to sort of shift his attacks now to Joe Biden? And could that be sort of the stamp of approval for some Democrats?
So we're looking for that, certainly. I was going to say Sleepy Joe Biden, but I didn't want to, preempt the president because, he is the president. Yes. But we could see that coming. Like if you had to write this story out, you knew where that was going to be. He has an attack on that. The challenge with Bloomberg has always been the money. I mean, the deep pockets, the ability to run, $500 million worth of advertising. We still don't know the effect of that. If we could talk about from a political strategy perspective, you don't know what that kind of money is going to do. When people are looking for it, and he's going to make that case, tested, proven leadership in difficult times. Bloomberg can say, hey, wait a minute, I'm the person who has that. But let's talk about this. To beat somebody like Donald Trump, to beat an incumbent, you need an extremely tight, cohesive party. And how you're balancing this big pull to the left, the socialist effort of the left, and this fractured, in many ways ruptured, centrist vote within the Democratic Party, and I leave that to my colleague. That's the struggle that the Democratic Party is in.
We're still trying to figure out who we want to be when we grow up.
Is it about unity? What is it about?
Well, I think in the end it will be about unity, because I think everyone is singing from the same hymn note. We all want to defeat Donald Trump. I think that's the hymn that will come out of the Democratic Party choir. But I will say this. I think, Leslie, to your point earlier about times of crisis, people want to lean on what they know, and people know Joe. That's why he is demonstrating so much strength here in South Carolina. But I'll say to the Biden campaign, when you win, brag gently. When you lose, weep softly, because a victory tonight does not mean a victory every other night in this process.
I want to ask about another candidate, Antoine, someone we've talked about on previous nights, Senator Elizabeth Warren. She struggled in early voting states, and I wonder, do you think that beyond Super Tuesday, we will be seeing her continue?
I definitely, most of us can agree that this could be a strong sign of political life support for her. She needed to do well early on, because those were a real test of whether she can survive the long term. This process, as you know, is a marathon, not a sprint. Direction is always more important than speed. And in the words of Mike Tyson, peaking at the right time is so important. She has not done either one of those things. And so because we'll see what the numbers are among black and brown voters, if that trend does not do well, I don't know how she survives after post Super Tuesday.
You know, a really big part of that, and I think Antoine's really talking about that, where do we go from here? How is that looking for somebody like Elizabeth Warren, any of those states? So going into Super Tuesday, there's some big states, big Latino populations, minority, particularly California and Texas. Bernie Sanders has very strong grassroots operations, advertising, money, organization. You can't discount how effective that has been, and he really learned the lessons in 2016. But the rest of the states don't have the power of that, nor do they have the proclivity to pull that far left. So it's that quasi-national election that we're going to see Tuesday. That's why it's so critically important, is to see how that lays out and kind of test the temperature of not only minority voters, but kind of the centrist voters. Are they going to fall in line behind a Biden, or are they going to keep shopping?
All right, Leslie, Antoine. Antoine, you told us so. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's bring in our CBS News 2020 campaign reporters, Lecrae Mitchell and Nicole Sganga. They have been out talking with voters in South Carolina today. Lecrae joins us from Columbia. She's at a Joe Biden party. Nicole is also in Columbia at an event for Tom Steyer. Welcome to you both. Lecrae, let me start with you. This is a big night for Joe Biden, who fell to victory with strong support from African-American voters. Tell us about how he tried to appeal in this state to voters of color.
I spoke with so many voters today who said Joe Biden is their guy. I'm with Joe. He's been there before. He has experience. He's been in the White House. And even just here tonight at his event, I had someone say, our signs here say Biden for South Carolina, but Biden is for the nation. And I want someone who's going to be for the nation. I've heard words used like sober and not a fire flame used to describe him today. A lot of black voters who went out to the polls here in South Carolina were casting their votes for him because they felt like he was the candidate who they could trust with experience to get the job done and to beat President Donald Trump.
Well, both of you have some interesting reporting on Senator Elizabeth Warren. Let's listen to one of her supporters there in Columbia.
She worked with President Obama. She took on Wall Street, and she was successful, and she's a female.
So, Nicole, what are Senator Warren's supporters telling you?
Well, I spoke to one voter today at a poll station in Charleston, South Carolina, and she told me that she supported Elizabeth Warren because she followed her heart. She said she's not sure if Warren will be the eventual nominee, but she felt she was the most intelligent candidate in this crowded field of Democrats, Elaine. And moving forward, Senator Elizabeth Warren looking to win big in Super Tuesday, perhaps win her own state of Massachusetts, which, of course, we know Senator Bernie Sanders held a rally there today and attracted 13,000 people there. So she has some stiff competition between now and Super Tuesday. But her supporters here on the ground that ended up casting a ballot for her tell me that they did that because they love her as a candidate. They love her policy platforms. They love her clear and coherent vision for the country, despite, her inability to win in a caucus or primary thus far.
Well, Lecrae, you also spoke with some Warren supporters. What did they tell you about her electability?
I did, and as a matter of fact, the spot that we played before this was that of Mr. Neesmith. And I met him today at a Columbia precinct, and he told me that even though he doesn't think she's going to win the nomination, and he didn't think that she was going to win in South Carolina, he thought it was important to vote for her. And I asked him, why is it so important to vote for a woman? And he said, because the electorate needs to change. We need to see more women make up this electorate. And he said that he has a strong grandmother. And he cited that as being a reason that he knows the importance of putting a woman in positions of leadership. And so he said that his hope is that by him casting that ballot, other people will see that she does have support here in the state, even if that does not relate or end up being the nomination for her or even a win here. And something else to note, in terms of Senator Warren's ground game here in South Carolina, she made, 14, 15 visits here. And while she didn't have some of the big name endorsements like former Vice President Biden, like that of Majority Whip Jim Clyburn, she did have a ground game that had been here for a very long time. I know she had staffers on the ground here dating back to last March. And even though they stayed around the 40 or so mark with staffers, they were on the ground, they were holding different events, and at the end here, they've been definitely having surrogates like Representative Ayanna Pressley come to town and tell South Carolinians why they need to pay attention to her, because she's the person with the plan.
All right, on to Super Tuesday from here. Lecrae Mitchell and Nicole Skanga, thank you both very much. Let's bring in CBS News Elections and Surveys Director Anthony Salvanto at the decision desk. So, Anthony, what can you tell us about how Saturday's primary went down?
How you doing, Elaine? Well, look at this map behind me. Now, it's not a lot of the vote in, just 15% in. Every county where Joe Biden is leading is lit up in yellow, and you see a lot of yellow. That means that he's doing well. At the moment, his lead is 53-16 over Sanders. Our exit poll estimates have it a little bit tighter than that. Might not end up there, but the point is, it looks like it's shaping up to be a big win. The next thing we're going to start tallying up, Elaine, is delegates. That's what's all important out of this. Now, so far, you're going to see Joe Biden getting at least 15, 16, maybe more delegates. As this count rolls on, we're going to keep adding to his total, I suspect. We're going to see if any of these other candidates can crack that magic 15% threshold that the Democratic Party sets to award delegates. And then at the end of the night, we're going to see how much of a dent that Joe Biden is going to put into Bernie Sanders' overall delegate lead. It looks like it's going to be a big one, Elaine.
Right, that's such a key question. All right, and Anthony, for our viewers, can you explain how we projected the former vice president as the winner so quickly?
Yeah, you noticed because not a lot of races do get projected that quickly. What happens here, as in many states, is that we send exit poll interviewers all over the state to a representative sample of precincts where people are voting in the north and south, east, west, everywhere, every kind of precinct. And they talk to voters as they're leaving the polling places and ask a few questions about what's on their mind, but then most importantly, who did you just vote for? Well, they relay that data back to us at the decision desk, and we look at it and we compare it against demographics, against past voting patterns, and we look at the regions of the state. And what you saw here tonight was a consistent pattern that really looks like this big map that's all lit up for Joe Biden, which is to say that voters all over the state were giving Joe Biden their ballots in big, big numbers. So with that, we can have confidence that once the polls close, we can tell you we project, and that's a forward-looking statement, that when all the votes are counted, it'll be Joe Biden coming up on top.
All right, we'll let you get back to the numbers. Anthony Salvanto for us. Anthony, thank you. We're going to take a quick break. We'll have more out of South Carolina when we come back. You're streaming Red and Blue.
The world's largest rainforest is on fire.
The present position is we have to develop the Amazon.
Many of the financial actors that are investing